Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Good morning, good evening, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket. It's day 3 of the final test of England in India, and England again battered. It's fair to say, India 473 for 8 overnight. Bumrah and Kuldeep Yadav were sticking together last night, making it tricky for England. The lead is 255, and this could be the last day you hear from us for quite some time. Unless we do some IPL. You never know. You never know. We might get bored of just sitting at home and have nothing to do. But anyway, I'm joined by my 2 Australian counterparts. There is the man in the weather cave in Western Australia, Perth. It's Messi Jez. Morning, Messi.
Good morning, Bear. It's a bit chilly here. It's only 23. I'm thinking of putting on a jumper.
23?
But
God, I love 23.
I can tell you, it is absolutely glorious at Dharamsala today. Forecast maximum of 22. It's currently about 12 degrees, I think. The one thing I would say is that should this go on to tomorrow, the forecast suggests a few clouds and showers, and day 5 possible thunder and rain. But whether we ever get that far is a dubious point. So I think they're going to just have a glorious day. I can't see the wicket getting any harder than it is at the moment. It's just great for batting. Yeah. So today, whether today is the final day depends entirely on England in the head, I suspect, whether they've actually got any desire to stay.
Very much so. And on those thoughts, our Melbourneian friend, it's Forthy. How are you, mate?
Yeah, very good, thank you. I've got the hottest one. I think it's going to get up to about 35 degrees in an hour or two here. And I think it's going to be 37 tomorrow. So a little bit sting in the tail of the Melbourne summer.
Ah, well, we're coming into March. Yeah, we're coming into autumn.
That's so Melbourne to say, fuck you, it may be autumn, but I'm going to go into the summer now.
Exactly right. Well, I suppose it's still technically summer until the end of March, is it? When does... Oh,
no,
it's not.
Summer's over. Yeah.
This is not autumnal, I can tell you that.
Yeah, well, that's a good old climate change for you. And it was 25 degrees in late October here last year, so yeah, the world's going to shit. Those of you watching on YouTube may have noticed that the scorecard has disappeared. Don't know why. I'll be where we're getting the information from. And at 4 in the morning, I don't think I'm going to be able to do anything about it. With a bit of luck, it'll just blink into life at some point. That's usually what happens, but I can't guarantee it. Can't guarantee anything on this show. We've got no money, which means you should super chat us and Patreon us and send us PayPal and play the GPL and do all these things that keep us alive. But yeah, as it is, state of play. There's part of me wants England to collapse in an absolute fucking heap in no time whatsoever, so I can go back to bed.
That would be nice. Right.
Well,
if anyone wants me to sing at any stage or not sing, you have to send in some money, and I will either sing, or if you don't want me to sing, you also have to send some money.
And we can have a bidding war on that if you like. I don't mind that.
Right.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if we're in that game, definitely pay money for me not to sing.
Yes, me too. To be fair,
Can't sing either. That's.
I guess the flip side of what I've just said is that the wicket does still look reasonably flat, and if England get their heads on, they could score big. Don't see it, but
don't do draws famously. But if ever there was a scope for a rearguard action, it's this. They don't tend to happen in fifth tests very often. Usually, there's 1 foot on the plane at this stage.
Indeed. Right.
Speaking of rearguard actions, it's only a week since Australia's 10th wicket put on, I don't know, whatever it was, 130 or something in Wellington. So there's nothing to say England won't be batting until after lunch.
No, yeah, it's quite possible.
Well, and it seems that Touchwood, New Zealand have got a good start in the second innings. It must be virtual parity by now with only 1 wicket down. Kane Williamson's still there on his 100th test. But we're going to start play shortly, so I'm going to play some jingles. We've got this man out there.
I thought that cruelty was science fiction until I saw him today. Now that your death is my addiction, I've thrown all that rat junk away.
And this time.
And now that Monty Bumrah, oh, you're bowling again, aren't you? Oh, I thought as much.
An opening for England is. And his first ball is suspended out in the offside. They do go for a single off the first ball.
Is that a jingle playing?
That was a jingle playing. It's now finished.
Oh,
It's
I
all right.
say, if we put our subjective hats, take our subjective hats off for a minute, it's been a good series for the emergence of young talent. So that has been but on both sides, I would say, Hartley and Bashir for England, but in particular, I would say even more so from the Indian side. A couple of brilliant young batsmen, Jaiswal and Sarfaraz, coming through, and the keeper as well. So I know India are rich in resource, but those players are going to have many good years ahead of them.
Indeed. Second ball of the morning is defended by Kuldeep. Out on the leg side, and there ain't no run.
Which is what you want. I mean, the concern is that people stop playing. For a long time, we were worried that people were going to stop watching it. Now we're worried that people are going to stop playing it. But
Well, yeah, defended out into the covers, and there's no run.
of course, outside the three big nations, it's still a concern.
Yes. More resources, evenly spread. Should be cool of the day. That's worked into the leg side, just off his hit by Kuldeep. Out past short leg, but there is no run.
Yeah. Interesting talking about uneven spreads. It applies to memory as well. Your memories are unevenly spread. So
Mine very much so. That one's short and just pushed into the offside by Kuldeep, and I'll get a single.
you remember things that happened just recently a bit, but not very much as you get older. You remember things that happened in your late teens and early 20s. And then you remember things from when you were very, very young. And then there's these like reservoirs where you can remember very little in between.
Yeah, there's some very good reasons for some of that, I have to say.
Yeah.
as Bashir is in and defended.
Well, in your case,
into the offside,
yes,
there's no run.
And I think you may be generalising from the particular forfeit. You speak for yourself, although there may be some.
No, I'm not. There's it's called a reminiscence bump or something. It's a fairly well tested scientific.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were applying your experience to everyone.
No. Do that? Come on. I'm better than
well, most of us do.
Sorry,
my day is complete. Jay Grover just says, morning all. Morning, Jay. Good to have you here. Barong says, third day greetings to all, and I hope everyone's well. What should we expect today? Team Tata victory by T, quite possibly. England batting into the final session, hoping to claim a moral victory. Today, of course, and Varong reminds us, it's Jay's birthday, so you're going to have to play the fuck off jingle.
Right.
I am indeed. I'll wait for him to join, and then I will greet him with it.
No, Jay is here.
Oh,
Jay
is he?
Here already.
Okay, well, first we'll have this.
Jimmy, 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 oh, Jimmy, Jimmy, oh, little Jimmy, will let go.
Defended by Kuldeep into the offside, and there's no run. And just for you, Jay.
Fuck off! Just fuck off!
Good morning. Now, I really want Jimmy to get this 700 off his back. Crikey, we've been waiting long. We've been waiting long enough for this shit. There's only 2 wickets to get before we lose by an innings. So basically, he's got 2 chances.
Well, that's an undertone song, isn't it, Jimmy? There's another undertone song called "It's Going to Happen," and hopefully today, one of these 2 wickets, it is going to.
Let's hope so. Round the wicket, Jimmy edged, but edged past and along the ground through gully down to third man for a single.
I wonder even if you are getting battered as a player when you look around you and think, actually, this is pretty cool to earn a living in these beautiful surroundings with my mates playing cricket. Sure, we're going to lose, but what a wonderful way to earn a living.
Yeah, very much so.
I once did a focus group with a load of farmers, and I've kind of put that proposition to them. They lived in beautiful hillside country in Wales. They basically told me to fuck off.
Yeah.
You can't enjoy the countryside when you're a farmer.
I understand that, Forthy. Yeah.
Yeah, when you're working it and you're out at 5 in the morning when it's shitting with rain and sleet and snow.
They reckon there's about twice a year when they look around and think this is nice.
Ooh, that nearly snuck through Bumrah, but he managed to get his bat down on it, and there is no run.
Well, it was Wales, Forthy.
It was Wales, yeah.
Wales is a pretty depressed place.
It's a principality. I'm not quite sure what a principality is, but we do know Wales is one. Are there other principalities in the world, or is it just Wales?
Yeah, isn't
Who is the Prince of Wales now?
Well, it'll be William, won't it?
Yeah, it's William now.
Is it?
Yeah. Well, Monaco's a principality. Isn't San Marino's a principality?
San Marino a principality?
I think so.
Well, no, you're right about Monaco.
That's sort of driven at by Bumrah. We really didn't get much on it. Goes up to
rather annoying that you can just look these things up now, but I'd rather just speculate.
Yeah, just 25 years ago you couldn't do that shit, could you?
No, that's right. Yeah,
you had to go and find a book and look it all up.
If Leah's amongst us, she'll give us chapter and verse on the principalities of the Lower Rhineland and so forth.
Leah is with us. She just said morning all, so there you go.
Morning, Leah. Tell us about principalities.
Yes, defended. Well, quite nicely by Bumrah, up to mid-off, and there ain't no run.
Forthy, what are you going to sing? Hattie, the baddie, has sent us £2 for you to sing.
Okay, well, Bear did say 4 in the morning earlier, which is from a Paul Simon song. 4 in the morning, crapped out, yawning, longing my life away. I'll never worry, why should I? It's all gonna fade.
Blocked up to mid-on, and there's no run. Lovely, 40, lovely.
Well done, Forthy. Oh, we could make a fortune out of you today.
That's worth a couple of quid.
Yeah. Thank you, Addy.
That's from Still Crazy After All These Years. Great song.
The Forthy playbook is very long.
That's true.
Yeah, it's very true.
Over to you, Messi. Anything happening?
Jay is all emotional. He says, I'm getting all emotional sniffs. Thanks to all members of the Academy. And Farong, I hadn't actually read wickedest wishes for the birthday, Jay, and many more to follow. David McCarthy says, morning, chaps. Always good to hear you. I will delete this, though. I have to keep reminding myself that democracy and brain trauma are the most important things. And he says, see below.
Attempted flip onto the leg side, but Coldeep hits his pan as that sound leg stump goes past Ollie Pope at short leg, and is no run. It's 4-7-6 for 8. I'm going to have to remind you of the score more often.
Right.
Yes. No scorecard. Yes. Bashir outside the off stump, defended into the offside, out to point, no run.
And the light roller says, joining you all again with COVID, but feeling a bit better. I'm not asleep. Other things spread unevenly, including butter and Vegemite. Butter, Vegemite, and memories. Yes.
That's very true. Memories.
Around the wicket, Bashir into the pitch, too short, bunted back just past him, but there is no run.
Daniel Kahneman, the Nobel Prize winner in economics, got this, what he calls peak end theory, that people remember out of any experience the high point, or indeed the low point, and the most recent point, far more than any other points.
A bit too full by Bashir, nicely clipped into the leg side by Coldeep. It's a wide mid-on. And they'll get themselves a single. I mean, Coldeep's on 30 and Bumrah's on 20. This partnership is 49. That's not what England needed.
No. The problem I also have with memory, Fourth, is the ones I'm not sure whether they're actually memories or imaginations arising out of photos that I've seen of my youth.
Yes, because every memory we've got is just a memory of the previous memory.
Well, defended square on the offside and there is no run.
A bit like DNA, which over a very long period of time mutates into something else. Memories do the same thing. And then you go back, like you see a film from 30 years ago and you think, I remember this very clearly. And you see it and you think, that's not how I remember it, because your memories are mutated in the mean.
Bashir around the wicket to Bumrah, who just defends into the offside. He wants a single. Coldeep's not moving. They don't run. End of that over. India are 4-7-7 for 8. Coldeep's 30 off 65. Bumrah's 20 off 63. The current partnership is 49 off 126 deliveries, which is really bloody annoying. And
Dave Barrett's joined us from Fantasyland. He says, lose? No! See you soon, chaps. Go harder!
There's indeed.
Speaking of memories, triggering stuff, I was listening to some John Arlott this morning and I went straight back into the 60s and listening to him on the third programme, as it was then, covering test matches. It's the most evocative voice I know. The light roller says, did anyone see the State of the Union speech by Joe Biden? He stuck it to them.
Yeah,
he did.
Please stop singing, Forthy. Well, if you want Forthy to stop singing, you're going to have to pay for it. Otherwise, he's going to sing.
Jimmy around the wicket to Coldeep.
Oh!
Defended and there's no run. What?
You've inspired more super chats, Forthy. Shelley sent us £2. She says,
she wanted to sing or not.
Well, actually, she just says Chief Destroyer on next at Gorilla Cricket. So, tune in for Shelley's demolition of whoever happens to be batting at the time.
Well, they've only got 2 wickets left, so that's going to be mainly us.
And Ian Southcote once sent us $5 says, beautiful boys, reminiscent of Karen Carpenter.
Defended square on the offside by Coldeep, out to point, and there is no run.
All right, I'll do if anyone wants, I'll do a Carpenter song next. Not yet. I have to pay me.
How big's your Carpenter catalogue?
Pretty good, actually. I grew up. My mother was a big Carpenters fan, so I grew up with it.
Yeah.
Still, she has a
Same
incredible
here.
voice.
In my house, I remember my mum just having ABBA and Carpenters records, and the occasional great Western movie themes. Oh, now that was short, and Cold Eat didn't look comfortable there. His bottom hand came off the bat, managed to skew it out to where Gully was. I don't know if it came off him or the bat.
It's not a bad idea to see if we can break one of Cold Eat's fingers. I mean, not intentionally, but
Oh yeah,
if
it was.
were
A bit late.
Yeah, it is a bit
really.
late. It's off his top hand. His bottom hand came off the bat. It did climb. Good ball.
Well, given that we're super chatting, maybe ABBA is appropriate. Do some money.
Yes, indeed. Oh, that's it, Jimmy. 700. Kuldeep has
Well done.
Kuldeep has poked at one outside his off stump. He did manage to get a little bit of shape. He caught a slither of an outside edge. It's taken by Folkes. Jimmy Anderson gets his second wicket, and finally, we didn't. We should have stupidly got someone to make a jingle for 700 Test wickets, but forgive us for thinking not to. But Jimmy has got a wicket, and as it's Jay's birthday, and as it's Jimmy's 700, he first gets one of these.
Fuck off! Just fuck off!
I think we have to play that for every wicket as it's Jay's birthday.
The crowd says, you're out!
And Jimmy has made it to 700, and wow, that's a feat.
What a feat that is. Absolutely superhuman feat as a fast bowler.
Absolutely.
One very much doubts if will it ever be topped in Test match cricket. One has one's doubts about that because of the nature of Test match cricket. It's the off cutter, I think, wasn't it? Just went away.
Yeah, he had a little bit of shape and just went away from him, and drew him into the shot.
Absolutely amazing.
I'd like to put that in some context, Forthy. When I arrived in Australia, the big question was whether Graham Mackenzie could beat Richie Bena's record of 248 Test wickets, I think it was.
We all know what Fred Truman said, don't we? When he got his 300, and someone said, "Do you think they would take it off you?" And he said, "They might, but they'll be bloody tired." 700. This is.
Yeah, well, this is it. I mean, you've got to think. Not only are more Test matches played, but Jimmy's been playing for 21 years, and played 187 tests. So most on that list.
His Test match average might well be 26, but when he was a younger man, it was well over 30 for many years. So he's right in the top echelon of your Malcolm Marshalls and so forth.
Absolutely. You don't take 700 Test wickets unless you are, do you? Jimmy is in again, and Suraj is the new batsman. He's facing up, just works it to the leg side. There's no run. We shall give him a little jingle. It goes like this.
When you gotta find your way from the streets, gotta find a way to land in your food. There's only one man who can save us now. Where's Mama Siraj?
And England finally got that breakthrough. They so needed it as well. Yeah, there's a little bit of shape away. He was just trying to defend it to the offside.
Side of the ball. All things considered, it was a fairly muted celebration. I mean, obviously everyone was delighted for him, but play didn't stop, and there was no trumpets and so forth.
Would have been in England, of course. The fucking confetti would have been shot out of cannons. Last ball of that over was left alone by Suraj through to keeping us no runs. After 124 overs, 477 for 9. Jimmy Anderson has 2 for 60.
Wicket maiden.
So Pokey says England couldn't win a meat raffle today, and most of the ground is vegetarian. Also says Wales is beautiful, but also empty and poor. And Hattie says beautiful as well. Leah says all the principality in the Rhineland were abolished along with the monarchy after the Great War. Shelley says great job, Forthy, singing. And Leah says have the decency to wait until England bat to arrive, Shelley.
I think Mr. and Mrs. Anderson we're having a look at in the crowd, most likely.
Around the wicket is Bashir. Oh, and that one goes across Bumrah, and then the bails are taken by Folkes, and he's quite interested whether Bumrah lifted his back foot or not, because it certainly didn't come out the crease. Will be a question for the DRS umpire to decide. I'm sure
that's the Kuldeep ball that's pushed across, obviously.
Yeah.
Right hand, left.
Well,
But,
they are going to
that's-
go upstairs. They had DRS timer, but I think square leg umpire wanted to have a look, which is fair enough. So we'll wait for the replay. These ones are usually reasonably quick, mind you. If they can't get the bloody replay up, it'll take forever. Here we go. Bumrah goes out. His foot is across the line, actually. And it's not back. 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 It's on the line. It's on the line. The bails have gone.
On the line,
I think he's out.
Or is he? My
Hey.
goodness. They tight
that's
call
out.
because
Well, no, because that corner of the
Or is
shoe, that corner of the shoe is in the air. I think that is out. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah. The back of his sole is on the line. I don't think there's any bit of his foot
yeah.
that is behind
I
the
think
line.
that should be out, but it
Should
may not.
be-
be.
well, yeah, exactly. There is that, of course, Messi. But I think that should be out.
right. It's the question is there sufficient doubt as to whether there's a millimetre?
Well, you can see white line, white line, white line, white line. You can still probably see a bit of white. You can still see a bit of white line there. I think.
Yeah, Dharamsala is
Yeah,
the TV
probably, yeah.
umpire. I think he'll get this right.
I think that's out.
Yeah, I reckon that's out. It's also a thin white line and not a thick one, which makes a difference in this case.
Well, it certainly
And
does.
we all want to see England batting just as Shelley comes onto commentary too.
Well,
So,
not all of
Well, yeah, not all of us, I don't. Well, I did say this should be simple and it should be very quick, but it's a very tight one. But that's out, man. You can see fucking white line under his boot.
yes,
I
I agree.
let's just move
That
on.
is-
That's out.
That is out.
Well, there, I mean, look,
Sharp
there's a
bit of keeping. It's a good bit of keeping.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
a good keeper.
That's out. There's the line. There's the line. You can see it on a corner of his boots and the rest of it.
Can as I think you can.
Yep, I agree.
You're gonna do.
Well, the
what's he
decision
gonna
is
do?
pending. What they're going to give, what they're going to give, should be out. May well come up as not out, but I think it should be out. It is out. Thank you very much. That's it. England have wrapped up very quickly
Perfect.
this morning. India, they're all out for 477. Oh, I guess, Jay, look, it's bonus time.
Fuck off! Just fuck off!
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust. India all out for 477. Bumrah was out for 20. Siraj never got off the scoreboard. Very good take and execution by folks behind the stumps. And now we get to see what
That's-
England can do.
That's a win-win-win. I think India's quite happy to have only batted for 20 minutes. Bashir's got his 5-4. Jimmy's got his 700. Everything's done. Now, and then Shelley's coming on right at the beginning of the England innings. It's all perfect.
And I'll be back
was
in bed.
ready.
And I'll be back in bed by 6 o'clock.
Considering the state of play, that's an unexpected result. Mr. and Mrs.
Oh, well,
Anderson.
Oh,
a bit.
yes.
Was that his mum and dad?
Well, I'm guessing. Who else could it be?
It
We've
looks a
seen
bit
them
like
twice.
Jonathan Price to me, but they probably about 20 years ago though.
I don't think he's as ancient looking as Jonathan Price.
Jonathan Price really cornered the market in that Grandad thing. I saw him on Slow Horses.
Yeah.
Have you seen Slow Horses? It's very, very
Yeah,
good.
he's great on that. It's a great show, Slow Horses. It really is.
What
It
platform
gives
is
me a
that
chance
on?
to get through some messages anyhow. Indian Everything Channel says, "Hi Messi and good people. My most distant memory is the frightening flying monkeys from The Wizard of Oz. That's a scary early memory."
Yeah.
Leah says, "Yeah, do a Carpenter piece next 40. I mean Carpenter as in John."
No, okay.
she'll-
A synth rendition from one of the early John Carpenter films. That
The
might be a
Thing.
little bit outside my wheelhouse.
Leah also says, "Happy birthday, Jay." Vivek Bhagat says, 700 wicket Anderson GOAT. Indeed. Carl Herbert says, "New Zealand takes the lead and Jimmy takes his 700th at the same time. What a minute." And Pokey says, "I've only missed a few of Jimmy's whole career." That's dedication, Pokey.
Wow.
And Carl Herbert says, "And Jimmy is still bowling faster than Southey." Yeah, well, that's one of the immutable laws of time, I think. It always will be thus. Hattie says, "Can Forthy do the Siraj jingle thrash metal?"
No.
And Jonathan Seedfeld says, "Not an England fan generally, sorry Gorillas, but have become an unabashed Jimmy fan." Yeah, I'm like that. am his exact age. I'm not, and have watched his whole career. Class act throughout. And Leah says, I'm not exactly Jimmy's age. Pup is 20 days younger than me. How many test wickets have you got, Leah? I forget. The light roller just says, well done, Jimmy. Jonathan Shawland says, good evening, Gorillas. This series has been intriguing to watch and much improved by Guerrilla Cricket. Andorra is a principality. Jason Hiscock from the Green Room says there is a whole academic field on recency bias. I'm sure there is. I mean, it's got to be something that keeps people eternally in academia, isn't it? And David McCarthy says, well done, Jimmy Anderson. Guerrilla Cricket is still better listening experience than the tail enders, though. No offence, Greg James. Well, whether he takes it or not, thank you, David. We appreciate that. We are basically whores for praise. If you tell us you love us, we love you too. It's easy.
That's true.
And we're up to date on Twitter, I'm pleased to say, unless it drops a whole new lot on me, which is quite likely to do.
Yeah, it does that. I'm very annoyed about the scorecard business. We come right to the end of the Test series, and it's not working. But hey ho, nothing we can do about that. England need to get 260 really to make. Well, though 259 means that India would have to come out and get one run. It's a tall order, is it not? Because it's tired England side.
Say that again. I don't really know what the strategy is here. 259 is such a colossal deficit. If there's one side that is going to go out there, they'll put the scorecard to one side. They'll
go out and be positive. The wicket still looks pretty good, to be fair.
I mean, what's the point doing it?
Yeah.
And suppose they'll think to themselves, okay, say if we were to get 400, even 450, it's not absolutely outside the realms of possibility if the pitch stays flat, and we'd give them a tricky little 150 chase. Maybe rain will intervene, and all of those things could happen. So we'll see.
Yeah, I think.
By the way, Tom Latham's just reached 50. New Zealand are 105 to 1 and have a lead of 11 runs now. So that's well poised, that game in Christchurch.
It is. That's a good comeback by New Zealand. It was good of them to get Australia out for, was it 252 or something?
256, yeah.
And they're 100.
And Kane is on 48 not out.
Well, at least he'll hopefully get a 50 on his 100th test.
I think you get 200.
Well, if he does, they might well win. I don't think he'll get 200.
He's just due. Since 2017, his average against Australia is, I think it's 27, something like that.
Oh, crikey.
So he's due.
I never really understand that, though, to be fair, Messi. I don't see how two things can coexist in the same universe. If someone's on a terrible run of form, you think, well, this is a good time to play them. And if someone is on a terrible run of form, there's another group of thinking says,
drop them.
They're due.
Well, yeah.
Well, we were talking earlier about cognitive dissonance, were we not?
Yeah.
So we can hold two totally contrary points of view at the same time, and that's one of the beauties of the human being.
Yes, it is. It is correct. Seeing Alistair Cook in the studio, he's Jimmy Anderson's biggest mate in cricket, I think, isn't he? Were they best men at each other's weddings, or am I imagining that?
Well, he's giggling as if he's done it himself, isn't he?
Well, I mean, they'll probably debate till the end of time whose was the greatest English Test career. That Cook's or
Jimmy any day. Jimmy any day.
Well, Cook could have gone on as well, couldn't he? I mean, Cook.
He could have gone on.
Could have gone for another 2 or 3 years.
With 2 shots, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Also, I think Cook will be overtaken by Ruta in time as well.
Oh, he will. How many runs did?
Justly so.
Yeah, I mean, Cook got 12,500 roughly, something like that. I mean, or was it 13? I can't remember. No, I think it was 12.5. And Ruti's on about 11.6 already. And can't see
I think it's
Ruti
fair to
was-
say they were equally mediocre captains.
Yes.
Well, they kind of go hand in hand sometimes, don't they? So when someone's
Yeah.
focused on the discipline which they have to affect to be a world-class athlete, you haven't always got a huge amount of time to be a great captain as well.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and Bashir got on a fifer. Cook had a better team as well, though, didn't he? We were on the decline, and then
Yes, yeah.
Root.
Raj Sharnak says England 3 wickets down by lunch. Leah says I have as many test wickets as former Aussie skipper Payne has test tons, which is also how many test tons I have. And Raj Sharnak goes on to say after losing 3 wickets, Root and Stokes will have a 100 partnership. And Leah says, on the other hand, I'm within 1 test wicket of Sir Alistair's total. Yeah. I challenge you to get an average of 7 there, Leah.
Is that his average? Is that the only time you ever bowled in Test cricket?
That was that game at. I remember watching that. It was the game at Nottingham on that flat wicket when Jimmy got his 84, I think.
Oh, was it that one?
Yeah.
Yeah, and he got
What a
someone
time to get
strangled
out
down the leg
to
side.
Alistair Cook. That must have been so fucking embarrassing.
It was quite funny, I seem to remember. I can't remember who it was. It was some top order batsman. It was a strangle down the leg side, if I remember rightly.
Is it Ishant Sharma?
Oh, was it? There you go. But it was.
Oh, right.
He's a terrible bowler, wasn't he? I remember him. I mean, he wasn't even a net. Why was he bowling? I can't remember.
Because it was a dead match. I think England got 600 and India got 600. And, you know,
It's one of those pitches where you sort of should cancel it from the record.
exactly. And you know, India were only coming to the end of their second innings on the end of day 5. You know, it's one of those. There was absolutely nothing to play for.
Yeah.
All right, well, I'm
Should
going
we change now before we start?
Well, yeah, we could do.
You can get Shelley in.
Well, Shelley's not in. Shelley's not arrived yet, so
Is she not?
Come on.
Oh, that's strange.
yeah,
I think.
Come here, Shelley.
we shall. If she arrives before the first ball is bowled, we shall do. Jason is going to come into the studio on this side. I'll give you some jingles for opening batsmen, etc., etc. Here we go.
He arrived with a smile, and he's going places. He's looking good now, he's in with the aces. He was up at Stowe School, playing T20. He might play for England, but he'll still be Ben Duckett to me.
Along with
Zach Crawley was a cricket player, a damn good cricket player. But he was moved from the middle order to open the batting. Now, trapped in the English professional cricket circuit, Zach Crawley must fight to survive.
and opening the bowling for India is, and I'm going to hand over to 40. Morning, Shelley, and Jason is going to come in and take over from me.
Morning all.
Now then, Marty Bumrah, oh, you're bowling again, aren't you? Oh, I thought as much.
Look like you got a steely glint in your eye there, ready to rip through this fragile top order of England, Shelley.
Something like that, Forty. I think this morning when I tuned in, I think England went out just so scared that I was going to take them out in my stint. So you guys got all the wickets this morning. So yeah.
I'll set it up for you. Okay, so we're going to have the problem for England has not been these two. They've tended, on the whole, to get England off to a perfectly good start during this series, and there's an air of stability about the opening partnership, such as has not existed in the English team, possibly since the golden era of Cook-Strauss. That's not where the problem lies. The middle order has let England down during this series. Anyway, Jasprit Bumrah will be opening the bowling. He's got 2 slips, a gully, got man very short in, not quite under the lid. And that's defended by Zach Crawley. How are you, Shelley?
I'm doing well. I always struggle with these very early morning wake-ups, but no, doing well this morning. And yeah, let's see what England can get up to in this innings. I'm really got a lot of hope, but I was listening to the Gorilla guys with yourself a bit earlier, and socials don't have England lasting till the end of the day. So let's see how this goes.
Indeed, just spit the Brumra in again. A conventional Test match field. Slightly conservative, if anything, with just the 2 slips. And that leaves Crawley, but he sees it all the way. It starts on the 5th stump line and just gently drifts away. Well, 136 kilometres an hour would
Hardly gentle.
Quite.
But Crawley seems to have learned to leave now. It looks more like a proper Test opening batsman. Certainly on this series.
He does, doesn't he?
It's not reckless abandon anymore. It's controlled aggression.
He does look as if he is, as exactly as you say, Jason, a Test match opener these days. One of the more aggressive ones, sure, but as I said, an air of stability, and that is a classic forward defensive from Crawley. Sorry, who's on what? Who's on socials? And if summarising, I've forgotten.
Tis moi on socials. So I shall shut up until the end of the over.
And I'm summarising, so ball by ball is all you, Forthy.
Thank you very much. You see any hope here for England at all, would you say, Shelley, or should we just write this way? Well said.
There's a simple answer. It's just about how long it lasts.
Yes. Little graphic saying Shoaib Bashir is the first England bowler to claim a 5-wicket haul on 2 occasions before the age of 21. Well, some arms have been flung in the air, but Jasprit Bumrah's not interested. Let's just have another quick look at that one again to see whether... Nah, it was going down leg side and probably too high as well, I think. Would you agree, Shelley?
Yeah, too high. Plus, Crawley is one of the tallest players in the England team.
6'5". There must always be a 6'5" man in the England team.
There's plenty in this side.
Stuart Broad stepped down. Zach Crawley stepped up. Kevin Peterson was 6'5", I think, wasn't he? In comes Bumrah again.
But I think they put that fielder on the leg side just for such a shot. Didn't fall far from him.
Well,
you're right.
I don't think Hartley's that far short of 6'5". I think he's about 6'4".
I think he's 6'4", you're right. Tony Gregg was 6'7". I think Chris Tremlett was 6'8".
He was. That's what my memory of it as well. He was an absolute monster.
I'm not sure we've had anyone beyond 6'8" ever played for England, but if you know better. Bumrah in again, and that's the one that comes back a little bit and just cramps in for room a touch.
You've forgotten the hogging great giant.
Which one?
Deadly Derek Pringle.
How tall? I don't think
6'9".
Really?
See that? I don't
Apparently.
think he was.
How tall was Harmison?
6'5".
Yeah, it's more like 6'5". End of the over. England, none for none. Jace, anything happening?
Lear says the only wicket of Sir Alistair Cook was the gun all-rounder Ishant Sharma.
Exactly correct.
While imitating Bob Willis, no less. I do remember that. Strangled down the leg side. And David Stump says he sends a picture of Fabio Capello getting a selfie with Jimmy's dad after the 700th. And yes, it does look extremely like Fabio Capello, even though I'm fairly sure it's not. It also looks like Gianluca Vialli as Jimmy's dad.
He does a bit, yes, a slightly shrunken version, but I know what you mean. R.I.P. Gianluca Vialli, I think.
Yes.
I was expecting some sort of interesting stat to come up on the screen, but instead I've been told about some special rate of interest from IDFC Bank, which is less interesting information. Ravichandran Ashwin into the attack. Do you want to jingle him up, James?
I shall. Oh, come on, jingle machine.
The pitches are all brown, the pitches are all brown. The selector's hair's gone grey, the selector's hair's gone grey. Waiting for a bag.
You can speak over the jingle.
Oh, okay. Round the wickets comes Ashwin to Duckett's rather first ball, and it just strays onto his toes, and he guides it away for a single. In fact, he's come back for 2.
It's not Ravichandran Ashwin spinning on the second day, it's spinning on the third day for him.
Yes. I always get a sense of a bit of a calm from Crawley. I don't quite get that with Duckett's, do you, Shelley? You got that
it's always very jittery or doing things, very busy. Oh.
And straight away, he's essaying a sweep. I think he's well outside the line of the off stump. Ashwin's not interested. But straight away, Duckett's not interested. He's here for a sweeping time, not for a long time, one suspects. Hopefully he'll be here for a long time as well. That turned a lot, actually.
Well, it hit him on the shoulder.
Shoulder.
And then the grill.
And does that mean we're going to have a protocol?
No. But
okay, that's played out by Duckett. So we haven't had the protocol out into the offside. Reasonably defensively for him. He's got a hungry look about him. Waiting for his pakoras at lunchtime. He'll have to wait a while. Hour and 20 minutes away. Oh, and that got the thick inside edge, that one, but nowhere near the man in under the lid on the leg side. But Ashwin's beginning to weave his magic. I don't think he's reading him well here.
But also lots happening immediately off on the start of the innings.
Yes. Okay, so I'll tell you what's happened here. Ben Duckett has come charging down the pitch, had a wild Jason Roy style wahoo in the first over at the ball, completely missed it and been clean bowled. So Ben Duckett's out for 2 off 5 balls. England have lost their first wicket with 2 runs on the scoreboard.
You silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at? Oh!
And that pretty much sums it up.
What do we say about that, Shelley? Injudicious rush of blood.
Silly.
1 foot on the plane. Take your pick.
Yeah, absolutely. With such a score still to chase down, you really needed a hard grafting innings there, Duckett. So, I don't know what got into his mind. Maybe he was trying to think, let me try and get on top of Ashman, try and, assert my dominance, but no, back in the hatch.
What he was thinking, but it's Ravi Ashwin. It's one of the best spin bowlers who's ever played the game. He's going to outthink you if you play like that. And he did it in the first
he's not
over.
giving
It
himself
felt all
really,
along as if it was going to happen.
He's really not giving himself a chance there.
No, that's exactly right.
No, I mean it's all a bit manic, all a bit overwrought. In the sense of
here comes a man who's also got a touch of the frenetic jitteriness about him right now in his career.
It's this guy.
We got a poke, take a good hard look, it's Ollie Pope, it's Ollie Pope, take a hard look at Ollie Pope.
Yeah, and I suppose in the old days we'd be thinking, well, if Pope gets out early here, his place is under question. Perhaps under this regime, a more measured regime that sees the long term, that won't be the case. But you can't go on not scoring forever, even in this England team.
I don't think he's got an issue with Ashwin. I think he's got an issue with Kuldeep, definitely.
I think that is correct. Last ball of the over in comes Ashwin, and that's played to mid-wickets by Pope, gets to the pitch of the ball, and at the end of the second over, 1 wicket down, 2 runs on the board.
Farong sends us a tweet, says, tallest England cricketer, supposedly Chris Tremlett at 6'8". I've met the second tallest cricketers to play the game thus far, being, and I knew both of these, Mohammad Irfan for Pakistan, 7'2".
Ah, yes, that's right, yes.
Who made a full-size bat look like a twig.
That's right.
And the other one, of course, Somerset legend. Annie will know him quite well. In fact, Annie will probably have commentated with him.
In comes Bummer again, start of the over. Defended by Crawley. Well, it's not Marcus Trescothick, he wasn't that tall.
No, he's not a bowler either. Well, he did bowl, but...
I didn't know we were just talking about bowling. Who is it?
Big Bird, Joe Garner.
Oh, okay, so I thought we were spreading beyond England. Yeah, okay, got it. Yeah, he was 6'9", I think, wasn't he?
And the third one was a bit of a surprise.
Who's that?
Bruce Reid, the stick insect.
Oh, was Bruce Reid that tall? I didn't know him down as that tall. Okay, in comes Bummer again. He strays down the leg side. hands are flung in the air, but nothing doing. Just goes past Crawley, who's yet to get off the mark.
And he was all arms and all legs. He looked like he would break at a moment's notice every time he came up to bowl.
Did, yeah. Very sticky.
So, since we're on the tallest cricketers, I just did some research. Who's the current tallest player in the world?
In the world, in Test match cricket or just generally?
In any cricket.
Carl Jamieson?
Apparently not. And since I'm asking the question, it should be a clue.
Okay.
It's a South African then, I take it.
Yes.
What's his name? His name just escapes me for a moment. He's a Test match cricketer, isn't he? Yeah, I do know him. I've got a picture of him. His name's gone completely out of my head.
Marco Jansen, 6'10".
Jansen. Is he 6'10"? Wow.
Well, that's according to this. He is 6'10".
In comes Bumrah again. He's about 5'11", I'd say. And that's played by the 6'5" Crawley to the man at short mid wicket for no run.
I also didn't notice until I watched the SA T20 that he's got a brother who's not far short of him either.
But you know what the scariest thing was? The one day I turned on the TV, I was watching the SA20, I thought, oh, why is Jansen not playing? And I was like, oh, hell, his brother and him look identical. Got the fright of my life.
Ben Hollyoake and Adam Hollyoake. In comes... Oh, that's very nicely played for no runs. Straight back down the ground. Now,
you could definitely tell the difference between Ben Hollyoake and Adam Hollyoake, though.
Good, that's true. That was possibly a good thing that Bumrah didn't just get a finger on that as it came back at him, because it would have been one of the most unfortunate of all ways to be run out at the non-striker's end, but that didn't happen. Crawley won't be bothered, I don't think, too much by the fact he's yet to get off the mark off 11 balls. He's a more composed cricketer than he was a couple of years ago. And plays and misses at that one. Just put it behind you. That's a maiden from Bumrah, so the score remains 2 for 1 wicket.
And Jago says 5'10" is still unnecessarily tall. And looking at YouTube, Pokebomb says Chris Hammond is 6'7", seemed taller. Yes, but then he also seemed too muscle bound towards the end of his career. Carl Hub says 200 would have been nice. And Neera says Ashwin should open with the ball more often. Well, he does open with the ball quite a lot. He likes the hard ball, definitely.
Is South Africa a nation of tall people? We'll get back to that in a minute, shall we? Round the wicket comes Ashwin, dot ball. The reason I ask is because when I came to Australia from England, Australia is a much more well-nourished country, and I found myself, I'd stand up in meetings and I was the shortest by a good 2 or 3 inches, having previously thought I was of average height, which indeed I am in the UK. In comes Ashwin again, defended by Pope.
So you must remember, I'm quite biased with this question, because I'm 5'4", so everyone really looks tall to me. So from that perspective, I would say yes, there are quite a lot of 6 foot tall people in South Africa.
Yeah. But I think 5'3", 5'4", that is the... I always grew up thinking that's the average height for females, isn't it?
I'm really quite short.
I think it's now 5'5", because I think my sister is about average height.
Yeah, so this goes up all the time, doesn't it? Better food. We've come out of the war and rationing. Quite a long way out of the war now. In comes Ashwin round the wicket. Oh, and that's eludes the man at point, and I think it's going to go all the way. So Ollie Pope is away. Yeah, and just drop that one down. Quite a good cut shot. That'll give him a bit of confidence.
We may be taller, but probably not fitter than the people who are in the war. There's quite a lot of evidence to suggest that they were...
Best diet in the 20th century was in wartime, because rationing meant we cut out all the sugar and all the nonsense and just had vegetables and chickens and things. Very healthy diet. defended. Well, it's an aggressive defensive shot. Turns into. I'm hoping they come through for the single in the end. Thought he was just going to defend it, but he actually got quite a lot on it in the end. England moved forward, moved through to 8 for loss of 1 wicket. So Pope's on for the Bannerman, I can reveal. He's currently on 75% of the total. Low data points. Oh, he's moved on again. So he's moved on to 7 out of the 9 runs scored with that run on the onside. And that's the end of the 4th over. England 9 for 1.
David McCarthy says Spud Webb won the NBA dunk contest, Gorilla Cricket, and he was only 5'7". I do seem to remember that. Was he the one that played for Detroit Pistons, who had an amazing vertical jump and played point guard?
Yeah, I've got no interest in basketball. Are you a basketball fan, Shelley?
No. It just wasn't a sport in South Africa growing up, so no.
There's quite a lot of sports where, I mean, I better not start because I like cricket and I like soccer, but most sports I find a bit pointless. In comes Bumrah, it's going to upset people. Big thick outside edge, but doesn't carry to second slip, just goes wide of second slip, and I think it probably will go all the way
for one of these.
To be fair, I think he angled his bat there, would you say?
It's still not convincing, I thought. I just, some of the shots that Pope is playing, it's just not,
doesn't relax you as a
just you waiting for the wicket to go.
You are. Well, felt like that when he scored that 200 at the start of the series. He's a terrible starter, very, very frenetic. He needs to get to 40 or 50, and then he calms down. But that is asking a lot. Anyway, he's got that one wide of the man at mid-on, and he's creaming them left, right, and centre at the moment. So that's good. He's another one of those. He's looking to get on with it, there's no doubt about that. We thought he might.
Yeah, beautiful shot.
Well, I think they want to take advantage of the pitch whilst it still remains good.
Yes, well, I think they probably think to themselves, let's just play the way we've been playing the last couple of years and see what happens. We're not going to win. Ooh, I mean, that was a forward defensive, but he played with his bat a long way in front of his body. It certainly wasn't MCC textbook stuff, but they survived. Big grin on his face.
I don't know what Shelley thinks, but I'm having a look at that and thinking he's playing it as if he's waiting for the ball to explode off a length at the moment. And it's not quite that kind of wicket yet.
Knows. Yeah.
It looks like he doesn't trust the pitch, yes. In comes Bumrah again, and this one's played wide of the man at mid-wicket. A rather laboured run, which usually means it's Ashwin. I'm not sure if it was.
Looked like Siraj.
It was Siraj, right. Fast bowlers union. So Pope is 16 out of 18. He's going to smash all conceivable Bannermans at this rate. Crawley's on strike. He's yet to get off the mark. He's none off 12. Pope's 16 off 11. And yet one of the paradoxes of cricket is that one would imagine the next wicket will fall is much more likely to be Pope. In comes Bumrah again. And that's played off his hips by Crawley. Thinks about it, but of course there's a man short in at square leg, so no run.
I think they got a single.
Yeah, they ambled a single.
My apologies, my feed let me down. A bad workman always blames his tools. On this occasion, my poor feed.
And Crawley still isn't off the mark because it was a leg by.
Yeah, right. So Pope on strike for the last ball of the over from Bumrah. What will happen here? It's an incident, a moment in this innings when Crawley's not on strike. Well, okay, that was Again, the forward defensive played the bat played a long way away from his body, which is possibly not the best technique. He survives. England 19 for 1 at the end of the fifth.
Our own Tony Bishop says, could we perhaps request a few bars of Slipknot's When All Hope Is Gone, rendered in Forthy's hauntingly resonant baritone?
Oh, that's a shame.
You're not familiar with their oeuvre.
Only if I was more familiar with the work of Slipknot, I'd be able to comply. But
our own Gary Naylor says, at 6 foot, I'm shorter than plenty of Swedes, male and female, in the check-in queue en route to Gothenburg. Marco Jansson's brother is his twin. Yes, I think I knew that. And neither of those are that close to 6'10", more like 6'7". Will Jefferson, on the other hand, who was 6'9", I do recall, and I've got a picture somewhere of him batting with James Taylor, and it looks like a dad and son.
And when you say James Taylor,
I mean the itty bitty little tiny man, James Taylor.
I was about to burst into song from him. In comes Ashwin. Ooh! And there's a big dive from the keeper. Suggestion of an inside edge onto pad, but eluded the keeper, and they end up not taking the run.
No, that was all off the pitch. That turned a mile. Absolute mile. No keeper in this world should get that one.
Right, yes, okay, I see what happened there.
Wow, that turned far.
Yeah, that started off on the Bakerloo and went down the Piccadilly, that one.
And I think that's what's going to be having the batters really thinking hard, is they can turn that far, and there's still some of them are going straight on with the arm.
So that turned out to be 2 byes, and then a forward defence. I mean, most balls are reasonably predictable, but that one wasn't, and it seemed to go off the pitch. I couldn't see that it hit a crack. Okay, so it looks as if, am I correct in yes, I'm afraid to say that Crawley's long vigil has come to an end, and that he's played it into the hands of leg slip. He is out for none of 16 balls. England are now 21 for 2. Well, justifying Ashwin opening the bowling there. Crawley, possibly the man most in form. It's just, I mean, what do you say about that one? It wasn't the most shocking of shots, but with the leg slip in place, it just sort of flicked his glove, didn't it?
Absolutely, and after the last 2-3 deliveries, I think there was enough doubt in Crawley's mind that he wasn't picking Ashwin. The ball was moving, and yeah, I'm not surprised.
We'll hear from Dave Barrett in a minute when he comes on for his stint, but my feeling was that no, he just went a bit too hard at the ball. He's got quite hard hands anyway, Crawley, and he's just had he played with softer hands, it might have dropped before the guy leg slip, but he's just gone a bit too hard at it. He's flicked the edge, and it's a comfortable catch at leg slip. He's gone straight into his breadbasket.
Yes, they talk about positions that have gone out of the game, and in fact leg slip's one of those positions that has come back into the game. It probably wouldn't have started with a leg slip until reasonably recently in Test cricket, but he earned his corn there. Good sharp take around the corner. Joe Root has come in.
And I shall jiggle him up thus.
His voice is high-pitched and ginger hair like a pick, but massive runs he has hit, so there's that. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
Well, there's a man with 91 scores of 50 or above in Test match cricket with a current average of 49.5. It tends to hover around that 50 mark. Defends his first ball well enough. And that's a sorry end to the series for Zach Crawley. I don't know what average he's ended up with, probably somewhere in the mid-30s, I'm guessing, for this series. Which is not a disaster in India. And Joe Root's off the mark. Yes, he is. He's played it just wide of the square leg region and 3/4 of the way back to the fence. Yeah, it's a bit hard to know what Zach Crawley thought he was going to do with that. Granted, there was a leg slip. He's turning it round the corner as if there wasn't one there, but there was one there, and inevitably that's what followed. That's a bit of an undignified hack, honestly, from Ollie Pope, if I'm looking at it correctly. Off the last ball of the over, comes through for a single low vaguely in the square leg region. He keeps the strike. England 23-4-2 at the end of the 6th over.
And Light Roller replying to Tony Bishop's Slipknot tweet says, "Gorillas against humanity?" ? No, I think that would be a really bad card game. Gorillas against humanity. Cards against humanity is bad enough. And Dre Grover says, "Garner batting with Gavaskar has always been one of my favourite cricket photos." Yes, I imagine that was a bit like that as well. I do remember watching at Somerset the touring West Indians against Somerset, and Gavaskar was batting because, of course, Viv Richards wasn't playing for Somerset, and he was not particularly tall.
In comes Bummer again. This will probably be our last over together. Oh, God. You see, Pope's, for me, I mean, just...
Yep, you just...
He's just playing his bat too far away from his body here.
Yeah.
It's a thing.
It's just the decisiveness of it all. It's just... You've just lost 2 wickets. You guys have to settle down.
Yeah. Well, if anyone wants to catch an early plane...
We've had a couple of super chats, by the way.
Oh, good.
Sagir sent $5 Aussie dollars, saying greetings to everyone, happy birthday to Saturday to all gorillas.
Thank you, Sagir. In comes Bummer again. And that's closes the face of a bat on that one. Pope plays it to mid-wicket, dot ball.
And there's one for Messi Jazz. Jeremy Henderson sends us $10 Aussie dollars to say, "For fourthly to channel the doors, this is the end."
The end, my only friend, the end of all something, 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 the end. We'll never look upon this something again. Sorry, I'm a bit rusty on that one. In comes Bummer again. That's defended by Pope. That's a more technically orthodox shot. God, that goes on forever, that song. It's quite boring as well. It's the last song on the second side of the first album.
It's amazing that you even know where it is on the album.
Well, we used to have sides of albums.
Yes.
I'm not that young, Forthy, that I don't know the sides of the albums, but...
Vinyl's made a comeback, hasn't it? So you know all about sides of albums.
I don't know about that. My mom even had one of these things that you try to get working just to show me.
Oh, that's nice. In comes Bummer again. Oh, God. I mean, that's a terrible shot. That really is a bloody awful shot. I'm sorry, but he played that. There's absolutely no reason to play that in the current circumstances. It's on the 7th stump line. He just fishes at it.
With no footwork. His feet are rooted in the crease. He's just laying his hands and up.
What is the best case scenario? Maybe it goes for a 4, but really, I think you're going to get out much more than you're going to get any form of run for that.
Yes, exactly. Anyway, he's still there. He's 17 off 17 balls, so that's something. It's a shot of ball at the moment. That can't last forever. That one comes back in. It's at Pope. So defended. Oh, they come through for a very quick single. I'm not sure Joe Root was really into that, but he had to respond to his partner.
Well, he's running to the safe end relatively, I think.
Yeah, that's true. This will be, I think, our last ball. So if there's anything you want to get off your chest, Shelley, anything
I've got 3 stints in a row, thanks to good old Tony.
So keep getting the most of you.
Keep your powder dry. I'm off for a bit. Need to prepare for a barbecue this evening. My wife will have
enjoy.
Scrubbing the decks.
Enjoy.
We'll have me scrubbing the decks, actually, literally. That's defended by Joe Root off the last ball of the over at the end of the 7th over. England 24-2, and I'll see you later. I imagine I'll see you later.
Before you go, Forthy, I should just let you know that you're quite right about Australians being bigger than the English. on average, the average Australian male and the average Australian female is a whole 1 centimetre taller than the average UK's.
I thought as much. I'm glad to have that just validated. I'll see you later.
See ya.
Morning, Bear.
Thank you.
Morning, Missy. How's things?
Good morning, Shelley. Good work.
Morning,
you're
Shelley.
Performing well.
You are performing well.
Well, I did say the Chief Destroyer is coming.
Well,
So, Ashwin in to Pope and very much just pushed into the leg side for a single. It hasn't been looking convincing this morning, and yeah, don't know how do you think, Bear, but for me, again, so close to an outstretched hand there of the silly mid off there. So, what are you thinking, Bear?
well, Pope looks his phonetic best, doesn't he? He's fine when it's up there. He's played some weird shots away from his body.
Ashwin into root and also strangely defended. Just really, again, not looking convincing. And for you, Messi, how are you finding things this morning?
Well, predictable, I guess, is the word. I'm also watching the Christchurch test, and I'm sorry to have seen Kane Williamson get out.
He got a 50 there and it's under test, so it's not so bad.
Yeah.
And that was Ashwin into root and just defended straight to a fielder. So no run. Ashwin on his way in to root and reverse swept and running towards the boundary for one of these.
That was a very nice shot from Rooty.
4 on the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4's are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
Very controlled reverse sweep. Not
Beautiful
trying to hit it
though.
too hard, just got over the top of the ball.
But I think just the last over from Ashwin would have really put a lot of doubt in England batters.
Well, it's just
mind.
that one ball that turned a mile, wasn't it?
Yeah, they were showing it 10.1 degrees. It was insane.
Jesus.
Ashwin in to root and played onto the leg side, but should be fielded by the boundary fielder for just a single. So yes, very much moving on this morning, particularly through Pope. But yeah, not looking convincing for me at all.
I mean, the pitch doesn't look that bad, really, does it, either? I mean, the old one's doing stuff, but it still looks pretty true.
Ashwin in and inside edge, just past.
I'm not sure he inside edged that. I think he missed it. I think he missed everything.
You think?
Yeah.
And straight through to the boundary for one of these.
My God, he got away with that. How that missed the stumps, I do not know.
And that is the end of the over. 34 for 2 is England, and Messi, over to you.
Okay, one thing I should say, Shelley, is you are in the land of giants as a shorter person.
Oh, really?
The average height in England is considerably higher than the average height in South Africa, I've discovered. So over on Twitter, Vrong's put up a poll asking people whether the India will win in the second or the third session. So far, everybody's going for the second session. The light roller says, Forty, just don't apologise for being rusty. But Josie Oak says, I put GC on only to hear Forty singing again. Singing in inverted commas. Please stop. You got to pay for him to stop, that's the thing.
Bumrah into root and just defended into the covers for no run. I quite enjoyed Forty singing. It's the first time I've heard him sing. So, you know, and if our listeners would like to hear him stop singing, pay us. It's simple.
Easy. We can use every dollar, especially as we're not going to be on air for the next 3 months or so, or 2 months at least. But our expenses will continue to accrue in various forms.
Indeed.
Yes,
We'll still be
this
pumping out podcasts. I don't know about what. It'll probably be about the IPL that we're not really taking any notice of.
Bumrah into root and just defended, but very much India looking very attacking at the moment.
I think you should get Dave on to talk about Irish cricket on your next podcast.
Well, next up we've got Jason and Dave. Dave, no shouting today, no waking up the fucking neighbours, please. I can't be dealing with him.
But even just looking at the cricket ground that we are, I was getting really cold this morning. There's beautiful mountains in the backdrop with beautiful snow. Bumrah into route and played off the pad straight to a fielder for no run, still 34 for 2. It's a beautiful, scenic stadium that we're at Dharamsala. So beautiful.
Yeah, it is a gorgeous place. And I think everyone knows someone who's out there. I wish we were.
Well, not really, because you'd be done in 3 days, and then you'd be like, right, now what?
Well,
Getting back on the plane home.
go and trundle in the foothills of the Himalayas. Do some walking.
Well, yeah, for some, not for others. Bumrah into route, and again, looking like it's come off something, and it's gone onto the leg side, and they'll run it through for a single.
Much
Really,
slower.
it's not looking convincing. Really.
Well, that was a slower ball. I think he cut his fingers across it, and it was much slower. Root was lucky to get his bat down on it.
They're showing a replay of how Crawley got out against Kuldeep. Yes, Messi.
I'd be more inclined to go and sit in the infinity pool at the Radisson Blue and look at the foothills of the Himalayas myself.
Well,
There we
yeah,
go.
that too.
Yeah, I don't think I'd be doing any hiking in the Himalayas. Bumrah into Pope and defended. Much better looking defensive shot by Pope. I think he's realised the job at hand and not playing at the 7th stump line, wafting around. So yes, England are already 32 for 2 after 8 overs, but very much not convincingly got there. So what are we hoping to achieve? I think is the best idea here.
Early to bed is what I'm hoping to achieve, Shelley.
What time did you get up, Ben?
3
I know,
o'clock.
was that for me? Oh God, no. Right, Bumrah into Pope and just played straight back to Bumrah for no run, and that should be the end of the 9th over. England are 35 for 2. Messi, over to you.
Well, I want to touch on a message that O'Neill Harris sent us on YouTube. O'Neill's one of our long-term supporters and great friends. He says, what's the best way for me to make a one-off contribution to Guerrilla Cricket? Now, while you certainly are very welcome to do super chats on YouTube, you can also make a one-off contribution using the PayPal link on our homepage, and they take less money than YouTube do. So if you're going to make a significant contribution, that's the most efficient way of doing it, and we would love you to do so, because we really do need those dollars to keep us going. Our long-term income isn't great. The other way to support us is becoming a Patreon from as little as $2 a month. A whole lot of benefits, including our Discord channel. Go to patreon.com/Guerrilla Cricket.
Thank you so much, Messi. And that was Ashwin into route and just played off his pads for a single onto the leg side.
And Bear's going to mention the GPL as well.
Oh yeah, the GPL.
Go for it.
Which is open.
How much can everybody...
Well, today it's a small fry because Messi won it the other day. It's only about 32
Ashwin
quid.
into Pope and top edge. Will it be caught? Yes, it will. And England lose their 3rd wicket.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
I'm blaming Tony for having me on for 3 stints in a row.
Oh God, how are you? Oh, you are as well. This is it. It's going to be over by lunch. Well, you're going to love today, Jay.
Fuck off! Just fuck off!
I mean, what sort of shot was that? It didn't.
Again, there's no thought process in that.
No, it's too short for the sweep, and it hasn't turned into the arc of the shot either. It's just gone straight on, and consequently, he's played underneath it. And he's annoyed with himself. We're annoyed with him. England are falling apart in double quick
There was
time.
a sense of inevitability about that, wasn't there?
Yeah, there was.
You were going to tell us about the GPL there.
Yeah, the GPL is open. Now the question is, how low do you want to go today, I suppose?
Are your bets in, Messi? Have you put a few?
Yeah, well, I've just put the 1 in today. I only had £1 left in there, so I've put in 203 for the day's total.
Well, I will shut it at 7 wickets if that comes before lunch.
Oh God, you really are pessimistic.
We've still got 40 minutes to go, 50 minutes to go till lunch.
Yeah, true.
Bear, do you want to do us a jingle?
Oh yeah, no, let's do a jingle. This man is at the crease.
Johnny Bairstow smarter than the average Bairstow. Johnny Bairstow's been this good since daycare, so all put on your wigs and let the crimson hair flow. I want the Pope to give him his own Lord's Prayer. Oh, he can hit the sixes, although it's so dark. He'd even run a 10 at Bradford Park Avenue. No other Yorkshireman can compare. I tell you, Johnny Bairstow's smarter than the average Bairstow.
Okay. What I also found interesting with Johnny Bairstow walking out, it's the first time I've seen him with no stickers on his bat. Has he got a new bat maker?
Well, yeah, we were talking about trying to get a sponsor. Maybe he's hanging out for more money for his sponsorship. It's amazing he's only got 12 test tons in 178 innings though.
Ashton into Bairstow for his first ball of this innings and just defended. At least there was no sweep, because I wouldn't have been surprised. So yep, go for it, Bessie.
Just a reminder that our scorecard on YouTube isn't working today, so we're trying to say the score more often.
It did actually look like a little bit earlier that somebody tried to do copy paste and left the V.
Oh yeah.
Ashton into Bairstow and played down the ground. And it should just be a single. And that takes England to 37 for 3.
Yeah, were you doing a paste on our scorecard on our page there and put a V instead of a command V?
No. It takes the link from Cricinfo and but it's all their scorecards. So it's either a hiccup at our server or they changed how they code at Cricinfo, which is annoying.
Ashton into root and just defended for no run. England still remain 37 for 3. And Ashton into root and driven down the ground.
Beautifully.
And this should be one of these.
That's a lovely shot. A little bit too full. Root doesn't miss out.
No, he doesn't. And that's the kind of cricket that England need to see. So, end of the over, 10 overs gone. England 41 for 3. Messi.
Neil Harris says, next time let Shelley sleep in. Have her commentate later in the day. With her, the game will struggle to get to lunch. Tony Bishop says, morning Shelley, my cunning plan to assure I get a lay-in tomorrow, to which Mog says, does your other half know about your plans, Tony? Sagir says, I had expecting England to go on and score 300 to 320 in the second innings, possibly up to 350. That seems something of a tall order. England lost a test match, says Abhishek. Yeah, I don't think that's news. And Leah says, it's going to be a painful live stream for England fans during the lunch break over on my channel, but please do join me if you either speak German or just like the sound of the language. The people actually like the sound of German, goodness.
So this was Bumrah into Bairstow, and the ball was played down towards the bowler, and strangely enough I actually thought I saw Bumrah actually asking if that was out.
I think he palmed it onto the stumps, but I don't think Root was out of his ground.
But very much India on top of things and looking for every opportunity, and I think that's clear even from the questions that Bumrah has been asking. But yes, we are now watching some highlights of Pope and his absolute frustration. Don't worry, Pope, we feel you. So, Bumrah will be coming in now to Bairstow. But we just seem to have a little bit of delay changing things around. Here he comes into the wicket and just defended straight to the first slip. Interesting.
Yeah.
I've seen some shots, but that one was interesting.
Got onto a bit quick, didn't he? He was a bit late on it. Went straight into the ground and behind.
Slower ball. Off cutter actually. Oh no, that was a replay I'm watching. Of the dismissal. And that should be Ashworth actually both at him. But no, very much. And before we joined, we were actually talking about which fielding positions have found themselves again in the modern game. And one of them being the leg slip. Can you guys think of any of the other ones? Bumrah into Bairstow and played off his pads, running towards the boundary for one of these.
Nice.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
Was the one other appeal?
Depends how modern you want to go. I mean,
Well-
I would say that when I was growing up watching Test cricket, the role of sweeper, if you like, was never there. Just didn't have a sweeper on a regular basis. Occasionally you would have a deep mid wicket, but it would be rare.
Bumrah into Bairstow and defended, no run. The other thing is, I think with Root also playing a lot of scoops, particularly, that could be the other reason for some fielders behind the keeper as well. But I don't, other than those two, I can't really think of any. For you, Bear?
No, not really. There seems to be a few more silly mid-offs in, which I haven't seen often recently, but you know, it's not particularly, you know, in vogue. But it depends, I guess, where you play in the world as well.
Bumrah into Bairstow and beautifully timed off his legs, but should be hauled in for 2 runs. I do remember always screaming for a third man to go in. I think for me, so many runs get scored in the third man region, particularly at the beginning of innings.
Well, yeah, and certain again, I think it's depends where you go, doesn't it? I mean, countries where pace predominate, you know, is dominant. And the third man always used to be there when I was growing up, but the modern vogue isn't basically not to have one.
Well, of course, long stop was always there when I was a kid, and they're always called fine leg.
Bumrah into Bairstow and just defended for no run. And that is the end of the 11th over. England off 47 for 3. And over to you, Messi.
David McCarthy goes back to that Doors album, and he says it's still quite the album for the Crystal Ship is still the one to go with, though. He also says it's always quite underwhelming when you climb a mountain. I'm glad to hear that. I haven't actually tried it myself, so I really wouldn't want to do it and then be underwhelmed. Varong says Kuldeep and Bumrah made 49 for the 9th wicket partnership. Will any English partnership go harder and make a 50-run partnership? Bugger, he says, the poll before I didn't know Shelley was covering the morning session. Done and dusted during the extended 30 minutes before lunch. Good chance of that. And David McCarthy says, even my trilingual German girlfriend agrees that French sounds much better than German. Yes. Even English sounds better than German.
Ashwin into Root and an attempt to defend, but it came very fast onto the leg side. I don't think Root knew what was happening there with that ball. But Ashwin's been really bowling beautifully this morning. Lots of variations, getting the ball to move off the pitch, and causing a lot of problems. And again, in and just outside the outside edge of the bat for Root. No run.
I should say we've received 50 quid from James Meyer to our PayPal account. Thank you very much, James.
Oh,
Thanks so
brilliant.
much.
Thank you so much.
I mean, the thing is about that leg slip, I think as a batsman you can't stop yourself from playing that shot. It's just a natural thing to do. It spins across, you just try and turn it into the leg side. You either hit the man or you miss him.
Ashwin into Root and this time played into the covers for a single. But I just think that Ashwin has really set the cat amongst the pigeons this morning. He's pretty much taken the 3 top order wickets and put so much doubt into the batters' minds that psychologically they don't know how to play him.
No.
Yeah.
No, they don't.
I think finally they're a bit shot in the head.
We haven't even got the change of the first bowler in yet. So Ashwin into
I think he's
Bairstow,
come into his power too, hasn't he, in that process?
very much so. Just defended, no run. And what we're looking at now on screen is just the variations of Ashwin for the Crawley and the Pope wicket, and it's so slight, but Ashwin in again and defended by Bairstow, but not convincing. It almost comes off the splice of the bat. Really not convincing.
Yeah, he's trying to play it into the leg side and it went out to cover. Yeah, one on the Crawley wicket, he's put a lot of overspin on it. And the angle of the ball is towards that leg slip. And for Crawley, he's just across it.
Ashwin in again to Bairstow. Coming round the wicket and very beautifully swept off the legs for one of these. Yeah, so, but also I think by coming around the wicket like he did on that last delivery, I think it takes LBW out of the picture because he'll be pitching outside leg. End of the over, 52 for 3 after 12. Messi.
Not entirely surprisingly, Mog disagrees with me. He says, "How dare you? I find the euphony of German quite high." Well, you never were one to be conformist, were you, Mog? Sagir says, following on from what Shelley said, Ashwin has bowled a better flight, pace and angle in this match than the previous 4 combined. And since there is a bit more bounce on the pitch, it's helped. I think that's a very good analysis. There's a bit more noticeable drift, which has helped him. I think drift isn't something that comes in the air. It's something that comes from the way you can rotate the ball and toss it up to allow it. So I think that's all his skill too. Yeah. Leah says the only English partnership better than Bumrah and Kuldeep this match was Crawley and Duckett in the first innings.
And we have a change of bowler. It is Jadeja in to root and defended. So Bear.
Mm-hmm. Ravindra Jadeja.
Talk over. Go on.
No runs. I caught it. It's still going. 52 for 3 still.
It's a long one, and that's the short version.
Jadeja into root again and pitching outside the leg stump and played beautifully into the leg side for 2 runs. So
see, I'm torn a bit. I'd like to see Rooty get some runs, but I kind of want England to get out.
Well, if he does get runs, you'll be back tomorrow morning. 3 a.m.
Well, I'm not. I'm not
Aren't
tomorrow, and tomorrow is my day off. Yeah.
So you don't mind?
Is your car fixed?
No, but it's not. It's not the end of the world. It looks like it's a coil pack on one of the bloody spark plugs, so it's not the end of the world.
Jadeja into root and defended into the offside just for a single, and that will take England to 55 for 3. I have no idea what is a coil pack.
Well, I didn't realise. Yeah, all these complicated engines. Rather than just have spark plugs, they have coil packs as well, which give an extra boost to the spark plug. And when it seems that one of those is not working, so one of the cylinders is misfiring, which isn't the end of the world. It just means there's less power. And I'll get it done on Monday or Tuesday when this game is over, and I can get down to my mechanic.
Okay, at least you can still drive around if you want to.
Yeah, I don't want to drive too much on it.
Jadeja into Bairstow and played into the covers but fielded, so for no run.
But at least it meant I didn't have to get a cab here this morning.
Absolutely, absolutely. Particularly at 3 a.m. they would have charged you the earth.
Yeah.
Jadeja into Bairstow and defended, and they'll scamper through for a single. And that will be the end of the 13th over. England are 56 for 3. Messi.
Spicy Golden Dark is with us. He says, "Good morning, Gorillas. Thanks for the commentary. Flint off me. How do you all manage to be perky and coherent this early in the morning?"
With difficulty.
Anyway, have a donation, James. So it was James who sent you that PayPal donation. Thank you so much, James. Really appreciate it.
Yeah.
And over on YouTube, Sagir goes on, yes, drift does come from the revs, but even for that, you still need a good seam angle and time in the air for it to drift.
Yeah.
Rohit should have got Kuldeep in here rather than Jadeja and exploited the potency of his variations too. Well, I guess they were all chomping at the bit to have a go, weren't they?
Yeah.
I mean, this is like when you're batting with nothing to lose. It's sort of bowling with nothing to lose too, isn't it?
Ashwin into Bairstow and heaved over the leg side for a first maximum of the innings. Do we have a jingle playing there?
We have one playing, but it's now done.
I didn't hear anything.
Yeah, the joys of Zoom, huh?
I need you to do what Jason does and do the spirit fingers, you know. It really helps.
I have a prediction too.
Go for it, Messi.
Dave Barrett comes on in 4 minutes. I'm prepared to bet that he's going to suggest that Root and Bairstow will put on 400 and put England in a winning position.
Well,
It's possible.
he should put his money then. He could take a GPL ticket. And Ashwin into Bairstow, and again heaved over to the leg side for another maximum.
5, 2 6s in a row. 2 6s in a row. 2 6s in a row.
There you go. Was that good?
Much better. I knew what was going on. Normally
I
it's
like
just
that graph.
guesswork.
Sixes in this series: India 72, England 28.
Yeah, I think that tells you something.
Yeah,
Yeah.
very much so.
I think Bairstow just said, I've had enough. I'm not going to wait here. Ashwin into Bairstow, and this time defended for no run. England are 68 for 3. That was beautiful. The true counter punching of Johnny Bairstow.
Yeah. Well, it's his best mode, isn't it?
Yes.
And it's entertaining for us. Ashwin
Yeah.
into Bairstow and played down the ground, and this should be just a single. And that takes England's score to 69 for 3.
Nick says, I'm pissed off with England that I probably won't get another 2 days of looking at the Dharamsala skyline. We'll look at the replays.
You've got to put it as your background, Messi. It's really a very nice background now. Ashwin into Root and played into the covers for a single, and that will take the score to 70 for 3. One more delivery to go from this over, and I think will we be able to fit one more over in, guys?
Yeah,
Or is
I
it going to
reckon
be a
so.
chain?
Yeah. I think we can get one more over in.
Why not? Particularly if
It's spinners. It's Jadeja. Yeah, we'll definitely get one more over in.
Ashwin into Bairstow, and attempted sweep. Everybody goes up, but no, it's not out, and that's the end of the over. 70 for 3 after 14. Messi.
Yeah, hitting him well outside the line of the off stump. So we're up to date on both YouTube and Twitter. Oh no, sorry, Dave Barrett has come in and says both Root and Bairstow are due triple hundreds. I was underestimating. Sorry. Thank you,
course.
Dave. I knew you wouldn't disappoint. Yeah. Well, it would be exciting to watch, wouldn't it? It strains credulity slightly, but you know, Fantasyland's a wonderful place to live in, I suppose.
All
Well,
things are possible, except that India would bat again, and so worst case, it's a draw. Jadeja in to, no run, played into the covers very quickly, fielded and straight back to the keeper for no run. So Root was definitely looking for a quick single there. Yes, Bear, looks like you want to say something.
no. I want to go and lie down on the couch.
So that was Jadeja into Root and played off his legs for one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Very nicely played. Beautiful timing.
Yeah, it was too far down leg, wasn't it? I think a right Coldeat's probably a better option here.
And it's a much safer shot now that there's no leg slip.
Yep.
This makes more sense now. The Jadeja into Root and defended into the leg side, but they'll scamper through for a single, and that will take England's score to 75 for 3.
I mean, they're rocketing along at nearly 5, well, over 5 and over.
Exactly. So
Just
one
those
way or
3
another-
wickets, really.
Yeah, that's slight drawback.
Slight
I should
drawback,
mention
yeah.
in Christchurch, New Zealand are 133 for 2, which is a lead of 39.
They can get a 200 run lead. That game could be interesting itself, unless the pitch is really
Yeah.
quietened down, because both teams got bugger all in the first innings. Maybe it was just had some juice in it for the first day or so.
Jadeja into Bairstow and defended. No run. So very much Bairstow's much more careful against Jadeja at the moment. I think he really decided in the last over to have a go at Ashwin. Jadeja into Bairstow again, played off his legs straight to a fielder for no run. I do find it very quick between overs with the spinners,
Yes.
Oh yeah.
especially these two.
Jadeja takes about 90 seconds for a normal over.
Wow.
There's no boundary in particular.
Jadeja in again and getting the inside edge of the bat out, and they scamper through for a single. And that's the end of the 15th over, 76 for 3. Messi, any last socials before we hand over?
I think we're up to date on both Twitter and on YouTube. So yeah, I'm happy to hand over a clean slate to Dave's on socials. So there you go. We're up to date on socials, Jason. If you can let Dave know, that'd be good. Catch you after lunch.
Bye, Messi. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And let me just reconfigure stuff. And welcome David for his first stint of the day.
Yeah, well, I'm a bit disappointed we're only going up 4.5 and over. I think they've got to up the rate considerably if they want to get ahead of the game by tea time.
Right, well, Ashwin's going to continue, and that's floated up, and Bairstow's given out the full beans, and he's got a good connection there. That's sailed over the boundary for a big one of these. Well, Bairstow's being at his most assertive early on in his innings. That's the third six now he's hit.
One could say that he's actually going harder.
You might say that, then everyone else would expect you to say that, to be fair. But yeah, this is...
They've all been off Ashwin.
They have. He's certainly taken a liking to Ashwin, which is why we think could be a better option in the long term. Ashwin's in, that's shorter, pulled down a bit. Bairstow's flogged that really to deep square leg, which is well fielding, and they've gone through for a single.
Yes.
Yeah, I wasn't sure there was going to be enough time to get back for two there, even with the speed at which Bairstow runs.
I know,
There's certainly a bit of anger in that shot.
There's a lot of anger around Johnny today. I quite like it. Angry Johnny. Angry square-headed Johnny.
I think the right word is bristling. Ashwin bowls, that's flighted on leg stump. Short leg misfields that. They think about a single, but thankfully they don't, because I don't think there was one there.
This is good. This is old-fashioned smiling Joe Root and old-fashioned angry Johnny Bairstow.
Ashwin, that's floated up outside stump, and that's swept by Root down to deep square leg. And another single there. Root moves on to 23, but 23 off 27 balls. He's scoring very quickly. Bairstow's scoring very quickly indeed. 33 off 23 balls.
This is good.
And a very glum Ollie Pope in the pavilion.
I think Ollie Pope needs a haircut.
I think that's the first time we've seen the deucer out of Ashwin for the whole series.
Well picked.
That's gone.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's turned the other way. It's been well watched by.
Is that deucer or is that a carrom ball? I can never really tell the difference.
Could be a carrom ball. Certainly moved towards the offside. Back to the normal stuff from
Bairstow.
Yeah, Bairstow.
More normal stuff. Bosh. 4 runs.
Rocks back, cuts it into the offside. Lovely shot. 4 runs.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
That's the end of the over. England are 88 for 3.
Have these two put on 50 already?
Quite possibly.
Yeah, because they were like 30 for 3, weren't we?
Yeah. Who's doing the socials? It's
it's me, but there's no one. It's anti-socials. There's nothing there.
Well, I'm sure everybody wants to welcome you, Dave. So give it a minute. They'll all sprightly up.
Okay.
Yeah, they're the usual people who want to make you say swear words, where you don't need any encouragement. To Deja in, that's on the stumps, worked out on the offside off the back foot. Root ambles through for a single.
God, what must it be like inside Johnny Bairstow's head? Just constantly.
But don't you think, because it's the last, pretty much the innings for 3 months for these guys in Test cricket for England, he's just going out there to be himself today. I think after losing 3 wickets this morning, yeah.
Again, on a line and a length from Jadeja, and just punched into the offside, but he can't beat the fielders.
Yeah, he's definitely giving incredible Hulk vibes this morning.
Yes, you wouldn't want to make him angry.
Well, he is angry.
That's flatter and faster by Jadeja on the stumps, and Bairstow just defends. Yeah, he doesn't want to turn green. Ginger is bad enough. And in again, and that's given the full flowing blade out to deep. Well, I say depressed mid-on. It's like 3/4 of the way back to the boundary, and single there for Bairstow.
The non-sponsored blade as well. No sticker on his bat. I was.
And that's floated up and a bit wider, a bit more tentative by Root. He sort of squeezes it out to point, and there's no run. That's for the over, and that's on the stumps and defended by Root. He almost prostrates himself with the forward defensive. It's ended the over, 17th over. England are 90 for 3, trailing by 169. Shelley, what are you thinking of that so far?
It's really picked up since this morning. The first, I'd say, half an hour just looked like Duckett didn't know really what was happening. Neither Crawley was also taking his time, didn't really show anything to counter the Indian attack. And I think since Bairstow has taken it to Ashwin, I actually think we might even have a change of bowler soon, because Ashwin's done all of his 8 overs on the trot from the beginning of the innings. So if anything has really helped to change the bowling attack, it would be Johnny Bairstow.
We have the light roller saying, why is young Johnny Bairstow so angry? Did Root remind him to stay in his crease again? Clay Grover says, I don't know about swear words. Dave censored me twice yesterday. Dave's changed, man. Did I censor you? Or did I guess not read it because it wasn't funny?
Makes a change. He's normally having to go at me for doing exactly that.
Yeah.
And we do have a change of bowling, and it is the man we thought it was going to be. It's going to be this bloke. And I can find the jingle. There it is.
I thought that cruelty was science fiction until I saw him today. Now that your death is my addiction.
And he's in, and the first ball is, I think, to Googly straight away. It's on leg stump, and staying on leg stump, and it's just defended by Bairstow.
I mean, back in the bad old days, they used to call what he bowled a Chinaman, but I think he's actually a Mongolian. And the Mongolian we're looking for is Genghis Khan.
The destroyer of worlds.
Yeah.
He's certainly destroyed Ollie Pope, I think.
Yeah. He's bowling the Mongolian.
And he's in again. That's again a straight honour. Punched off the back foot by Bairstow into the offside to the sweeper. And they walk a single. Am I right in thinking he's one of your favourite players, David?
Who, Kuldeep?
Yeah.
Oh, I love him. I love him. Yeah, he puts ball both ways. He's always got a smile on his face as well.
You think? I mean, we did discuss it a bit in the green room. It's surprising he's only played something like 17 tests.
I know. It feels more, doesn't it?
It does. He's had quite a long career, but a lot of it's been in white ball. He's in again anyway. That one's turned to leg and worked neatly off the back foot by Root in the usual Joe Root unpretentious style.
Yeah, I prefer him in red ball because when he bowls, it is a conversation with the batsman. You know, it's like, you know, he's making a point every ball. Whereas in T20, it's like he's come and he's gone.
Yeah. And here he comes. And that's close. That's close. That's come in a lot, and he's been given. Root's thinking about that. He's thinking, has it turned too much? Is he going to review?
Turned too much. It's missing leg.
They have reviewed.
Yeah. Umpire's blind. Doesn't know what he's talking about. Definitely not out. There you go. I'm nailing
Of
that.
all the people, Dave, I thought you'd be all in Kuldeep's corner for this one.
No, he was just umpire was wrong.
Well, we await the
Let's have a look.
the replay. Here comes the DRS. Yeah, that's definitely turned in. It's hitting him in front of Midland leg. It's quite high, but I still think it's going to hit. I still feel it's going to hit leg stump.
I'm completely taking everything I said back. The umpire was completely right. I don't know what I'm talking about.
There's the unnecessary. Does it have an edge? Because he's miles away from the edge. Hits him on the back pad, at the very top of the back pad, but he's only probably got 18 inches to go on from that to hit the stumps. And here we have the ball tracking, pitched outside off, hit him in front of middle leg, and he's umpire's call on the height.
Clip him, no.
Oh, so
see, I wouldn't have given
decision will stand. The batsman will have to walk off. Johnny Bairstow is disappointed.
No, he's not disappointed. He's furious. He's livid. He's apoplectic with rage. He's going to go kill a small, helpless child.
And he will go and fume in the changing room.
Oh, I think he had a word.
On your bike, mate.
Who did he have a word with? Did he have a word with the umpire as he walked past, or did he have a word with the players?
Not sure.
Well, that's probably 50% of his match fee gone. Anyway, it brings England's talisman to the crease, and we'll jingle him up right now.
Big Ben.
Ben?
Ben.
Ben.
Ben Stokes.
I do prefer that Ben Stokes jingle to the other one. I do believe that might be one of yours, Dave.
Ben.
Ben.
Yeah, we want to see lots of things being smashed up again.
Stokes is really needing another big innings. He had that 170 at the start of the tour, and since then it's been really slim pickings for him.
Did he see the wicket though? Did he see him first bowl when he got?
Yeah, he's had a couple of gazunders to deal with, but
no, when he bowled. When he bowled.
Oh no, I saw
he got Rohit first ball.
Well,
it was such a great thing that the neighbours were complaining at my shouting.
Well, he has to do it with the bat now, and then possibly with the ball if we get enough. And there's a attacking field already, and that's on the leg stump, and he's got off the strike. There are three close fielders on the offside, but there's no one at short leg, and he's just worked it into the mid-wicket area. Bear would be fuming because the mid-wicket was depressed. And let's just see. Oh, he has had a word with someone said a word to him. Was that Sarfraz who had a little bit of chirp? Kuldeep in. That's another one that's turned to leg. And Root does the expected and gets off strike. Nicks a strike, in fact, at the end of the over. England 94 for 4. And the bowling change has had an immediate effect.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Claire Grover quotes me from yesterday. Says, your direct quote was, that tweet is so disgusting, even I'm not reading it. Fair dues, though. It was pretty vile. Yeah, it was I don't know what that was about. It was horrible, though. Leah, Bairstow, she calls him, is angry because people don't agree with his self-perception as the best to ever play the game, and instead make jokes about him managing to get a pair in limited overs games. Well, fair point, well made.
And looking at the averages for the players that have to come in still, 29, 18, 16, 10, 9, you can't see England getting the 255 they require for to bat again.
I can see that very clearly.
These two get 400 each?
So now the left-hander in, it's Jadeja, quickly around, and that's just dropped into the leg side for no run by Root.
We've got to get enough ahead so Jimmy can beat Warren's record in the second innings. He only needs another 9 wickets.
And again, right on the money, defended, no run. He's got to get 8 wickets in the second innings to do that.
Is it 8? I thought it was 9.
Well, 8 to equal, 9 to beat.
Yeah.
That's a bit too much down the leg side. That's turned off his pads. And they get a single.
In my fair-headed, fantasy, bucket-headed world, that is totally possible.
Speaking of bucket hats and bucket heads, did you bring a bucket hat with you today?
I brought a bucket hat for Hendo.
For Hendo, but you've not brought one for yourself to wear on air.
My bucket hat lives on my heart.
That's big forward defensive by Big Ben. Jadeja bowling ran the wicket to him. And it's another one. This time he squares it up and plays a bit of French cricket and knocks it into the ground. Again, no run.
There's so many ways to wear a bucket hat, you know. You can do it Moeen Ali style, where you turn it up like a sailor.
It's more flighted by Jadeja, but Stokes flicks it to mid-wicket but can't beat him. That's the end of the over. They go through quickly with Jadeja.
It's the classic, Stone Roses just leaving it full on down. Or you could do it Trilby style, where you just turn it up at the back and leave it down at the front. There's so many options with a bucket hat.
Do you have a bucket hat, Shelley?
I don't, but you know what? Every time I hear the word bucket hat, in South Africa, when they first started to do the T20s, KFC brought in the bucket.
Oh, they had the bucket and the bucket challenge.
Yeah.
I went to 4 T20 games in South Africa this year. They were giving away bucket hats, SA20 bucket hats.
Awesome.
It was. I was in tears.
Kuldeep in again. That's pitched outside leg, and it's worked by Root off the back. He just knocks it down, and there's no run.
One of the things that kills me is, since moving to the UK, the price of any form of cricket ticket. In South Africa, it's so
I know.
affordable.
I loved it when I was there in 15, 16.
Oh.
And the beer as well. The beer is like £1.50.
Everything is really cheap
when
you go the other way. Yeah. So
where are you in South Africa?
So I'm going to say the original, well, the name I grew up with, because the name's changed of the city, but you would know it as St George's Park.
Port Elizabeth,
Port Elizabeth. It's now called Qabecha.
Oh wow, you can pronounce it correctly. Well
you got the click in. Well done, yes. Kuldeep, that's outside off stump, but too wide, just pushed out to cover and there's no run.
So yes, grew up going to St George's Park, and then lived literally around the corner. So that was really nice.
I mean, it's one of the 6 or 7 venues that South Africa got, but it doesn't seem to get that many tests, at least not many England tests.
Yeah, but also I think the kind of pitch that it used to be was one of the slowest pitches, really conducive for spin.
And that's pushed through by Kuldeep and worked round a corner by Root, but he can't beat the man on the 45.
But I will say that it has changed a bit. It's really now becoming a much more seamer-friendly wicket. It's no longer just seen as one of the slower wickets in South Africa. And we have the band, so that's really fun.
The band?
Yes, we have the St George's Park band. It's a brass band.
That's floated up on off stump, and Root just drives that very neatly and very successfully down the ground, all along the floor for a boundary. Just no effort there from Root. He just plonked it down right under his eyes. Just needs timing and to beat the man, and that's all it needs to do. Lovely shot.
So do you know about the band at St George's Park, Dave?
Every single game I went to, there was a band playing. It was quite a thing.
And that's slightly fuller by Kuldeep, played off the back foot by Root, around the corner, but he can't beat the man there.
But I guess they are the original and the best, right?
I am so going to say yes.
I thought you would.
Very biased.
Unfortunately, on the tour I went and watched at Newlands, they weren't playing at PE, but we did fly out of PE, and I did enjoy Addo National Park. That was just amazing. Never seen so many elephants in my life. And that's on the stumps by Kuldeep, and Root just leans forward, props forward, defends, There's no run. It's the end of the over. England are 99 for 4.
Okay, so Spicy Golden Duck, great name. Perhaps the reason that Bairstow's bat is stickerless is that he's borrowed it from Joss Butler. He seems to be inspired by the motto. Yeah, quite right. Josie, is the deal that England get rolled so early so the Barmy Army get 2 days extra sightseeing and meeting the Dalai Lama? Yeah, I can see Barmy Army definitely booked in to see the Dalai Lama. I noticed, you see the picture of the England team with Dalai Lama?
I didn't, no.
I think Ben Duckett was giving him spiritual advice.
And that's down the wickets. Pushed out into the offside. Root tries to run a single. Stokes is having none of it, and Root runs a single by himself about halfway down, then halfway back.
Actually, Stokes got a bit of a zen look on his face, hasn't he?
I think he's... that's again turning in, defended by Stokes. He gets a bit of an outside edge on that. That squirts through the offside, but there's no run there. I think he's more slightly shell-shocked, I think, at the moment.
No.
The way the team have played. It's slightly flatter and faster. Knocked into the leg side, and a quick single is taken. Sarfraz prostrates himself as the throw comes in to avoid getting hit.
No, that's a look of calm determination. He's on top of it.
Is your cup always half full?
My cup is spilling all over the place, mate. It's spurting everywhere.
No, don't talk about spurting when we get the pawn bot pack. And Jadeja continues over the wicket to Root. That's England's 100 up, by the way, and that's defended by Root, with everything in line in front of the stumps for that.
It's good. We're still going at 5 and over. That's good.
Technically not quite, but not far off. Slightly shorter and quicker. Root tries to fiddle that through the offside, but can't beat the point.
Are you going to quibble over decimal points? You are, aren't you?
In terms of rounding, yes, it's absolutely on. It is on 5 runs and over, but no, in one ball's time, it won't be.
No. Well, we don't know. We don't know what's happening on this one ball. I think this one ball could be a big ball. Are we waiting for the big ball? Oh no, it's Root. Oh yeah. Come on.
Jadeja floats it up on leg stump. That's flicked away by Root. Gets a single to retain the strike. England 101 for 4 off 21. Trail by 158.
Because these overs are happening so quickly, we're getting no socials coming in.
Well, let's hope people are at least entering the GPL, which will finish in about 5-10 minutes.
At 6, Jason, or what time?
It's at the end of the first session, so yeah, in about 5 minutes. Unless we take 4 wickets in that time, in which case we might claim the extra half hour. You are here though. So that's not.
I've already done my deeds for the day. 4 down. Tony's ploy has worked.
Kuldeep's continuing. They're doing a bit of time wasting to make sure that this is the last over, I think. There's a slip and a short leg, and that goes straight to the man on the backward square on the 1 by Root, and there's no run. Root walks away and walks back, eating up more time. This is all very good tradecraft here. Kuldeep comes in, flights it up. That's on the stumps, but it's just pushed back gently by Root, who's chatting away to himself. Taking his gloves off, putting his gloves back on. The classic time wasting, waiting for lunch tactics here.
I think he's just taking the piss out of Steve Smith there.
He settles down. Kuldeep's in. It's another ball that's just turning down leg. Worked with control by Root down to that man at short backward square.
I'm surprised they haven't kept the leg slipping.
I think after lunch they probably will. I think everyone's just wanted to get off now.
No, I mean over the last few overs. I mean it's been, because they've pushed a few behind, down at 45 and got a single.
Yeah, there's lots of walking around and talking around and eating up time. Another full ball from Kuldeep. That's worked up to the man on the boundary, and Root ambles through for a single to leave Stokes with 2 balls to face. Yeah, I thought Kuldeep had a good series. He had 18 wickets in the 3 tests he's played.
He's great. He's great. He's got
and
such
counting,
great
I imagine, as well.
Yeah.
So I don't think he's out of the woods yet. I think he'd probably get over 20 quite comfortably.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to get less than 2 or 3 wickets this innings.
God, you guys are so positive.
Well,
I think what word is realistic? There's 3 guys at slip, gully and silly point, but the ball is on the leg stump and pushed up by Stokes into the onside.
You reckon last ball for lunch, or you reckon they'll sneak one more in? I think we're going to get one
They're
more.
going to get one more in, I think. This there's about 2 minutes to go. Last ball this over. It's the googly by Kuldeep. Doesn't turn very much, but it does keep a bit low. Stokes defends that neatly, and that's the end of the over. 102 for 4. Just looking at a picture of the stadium, the HPCA stadium, and it's actually halfway up a hill, which I didn't realise when I thought it was down in the valley.
those switchbacks actually make me. I love cycling, so make me think of the Tour de France when they do those Alpe d'Huez and whatever. It's those switchbacks that you see. It's really quite an interesting climb up to the stadium.
Tough. Yeah, that's tough. Oh, got someone slagging off Dalai Lama. That's good. Leah says, yeah, the Dalai Lama's judgment and who he gives advice to is a bit dubious as of late. He gave an audience to Stephen Seagal, for fuck's sake. Not saying Duckett is as bad, but Seagal, still, blimey. All right, Jay Grover. The other example of censorship were my Dalai Lama hot dog joke. Oh, that was just a rubbish joke, Jay. That wasn't censorship. That was just an old stand-up comedian 1950s joke. I wasn't going to allow that on air.
Well, Jadeja's been replaced by Ashwin, who's bowling round the wicket for the last over, and that's defended stoutly by Root, who's chunting away to himself.
It's like he's geeing himself up. You know, come on, don't get out.
No, he's saying go harder, go harder.
Ashwin in. It's a lovely flighted ball, but Root will not be tempted in the last over before lunch. You're almost going to have to serve him a full toss, basically, to make him see if he's going to hit anything here. And Ashwin ambles in. Bit of action on the ball. And that's flicked neatly by Root, but it hits the short leg fielder. And there's no run.
And I don't think Stokes is going to be encouraging a run. Unless it's very much have to get one.
Shorter by Ashwin. That's worked around the corner off the hip. Should be 1, possibly 2. No, they've decided not to go for 2.
No, that would be very silly.
That's the last thing you want before lunch, is a stupid run out. So England 103 for 4, 2 balls to face to the end of the over, and presumably lunch.
Have we had a comedy run out in this game? I don't think we have.
No, we've had one in every test so far.
Yeah,
I think.
they've been some pretty silly run outs.
Stokes faces Ashwin, and
and
he's done him. Absolutely done him. With an absolutely nothing of a ball that didn't seem to turn at all. It just Stokes was late on the shot and just crept through and flicked the top of off stump.
I feel sad now.
And that will be lunch.
Right. And that's me for today.
Yeah, well done.
My last action is
Just looking at it again.
Thanks, Shelley.
Yep, exactly
thanks,
as I
Shelley,
said.
for ruining my day.
Well, you could have got me out of here with a very big super chat. And we always say to everybody, if you want me out of here, give us a massive super chat.
Oh, I would have done that. I would have thrown a tenner down to save 4 wickets.
No, it would have been a lot more than a tenner required.
Okay.
Well, Ben Stokes' bad runners scores continue. He's out for 2. England go to lunch 103 for 5, and that's definitely been India's session after a good start by England, taking 2 quick wickets to finish things off,
including Jimmy's 700.
Jimmy's 7th, and young Bashir getting a fifer.
Yeah. I think we missed a trick with the Jimmy 700. We could have played the Centurion jingle 7 times in a row, which would have given the magnitude of what he achieved.
Well, yes, I mean, there's no quick bowler with more wickets. There's only 2 spin bowlers with more wickets.
Yeah, that's amazing.
But yeah, so it's just amazing he's managed to last as long as he has.
He gets more handsome every year.
And you think what would happen with the 2.5 years or so that he didn't play when he was having his action remodelled and breaking it basically. He's been another 60 wickets further on possibly.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Anyway, it's going to be lunch. Definitely England's session. So definitely India's session.
Let's be positive. Definitely England's session.
Well,
we're definitely on rate to
definitely England's golfers session because they'll be maybe even getting around tonight at this rate.
Actually, he's got 4 bloody wickets.
I know. He's come on, opened the bowling and been an absolute demon. He's gone for a lot of runs, mainly due to Johnny Bairstow plonking him for 3 sixes over the long on boundary. But Ashwin's had his revenge.
Well,
it's just started to look dangerous.
How do you think that England should proceed in the next session?
Well, I don't see any point in hanging around there just to eat up time and take wickets.
So they should
perhaps go hard.
Go harder, yes.
Of course.
Anyway,
oh dear.
We're going to get off air and play some of the
Thank
Bishop
you
and Bear
both.
for the next 35 minutes, and then we'll be back after lunch.
You gonna go murder another cricket team somewhere?
No, now it's just coffee. I've been on since 4:30. I need a coffee.
Okay.
Thanks, guys.
See you later in 30 minutes. Bye.
Bye. What are we going to be listening to? Oh, the bear and the Bish.
Yep.
You wouldn't block the pores on your face, so why block your armpits? It's good to sweat naturally. Say goodbye to antiperspirants. Make the switch to Bionson. It's a deodorant that allows your body to perspire naturally, meaning no more blocked pores, no more parabens, and no more aluminium. In fact, nothing for all-day freshness. Go ahead, let's sweat the small stuff. All armpits, all day, all fresh. Bionson.
If your motor was a diesel, new, second-hand, cheap or high spec, we could get up to 10 grand from dieselcheck.com.
Between 2008 and 2020, you leased diesel for execs. Now we could reclaim £10,000 with dieselcheck.com.
At match days that shout, keep the ball on the deck. Now it's, we could get up to 10 grand with dieselcheck.com.
But time's running out, so before you forget, enter your reg at dieselcheck.com.
Join our group action against the diesel emission scandal. Search dieselcheck.com.
You wouldn't block the pores on your face, so why block your armpits? It's good to sweat naturally. Say goodbye to antiperspirants. Make the switch to Bionson. It's a deodorant that allows your body to perspire naturally, meaning no more blocked pores, no more parabens, and no more aluminium. In fact, nothing for all-day freshness. Go ahead, let's sweat the small stuff. All armpits, all day, all fresh. Bionson.
The Bishop and the Bear, the Bishop and the Bear, and to the delight of everyone, they are here to share jokes and rants and guests and things. Who knows what any fun they'll bring?
Not affiliated with the Mad Bishop and Bear pub at Paddington Station.
The Bishop and the Bear, bats beyond compare. Buckets of savoir-faire, the Bishop and the Bear.
Salag willkommen till Biskups och Björns. Now that
actually, I believe, if Google Translate is to be trusted, means hello and welcome to the Bishop and Bear, but in Icelandic. Now, there's a reason. It doesn't. I've already fallen at the first hurdle. Blame Google Translate. That's what it says. I'm literally reading it word for word on Google Translate. Somebody laughing at the bar on our bar stool of bravado with the Bear and I is author, editor of Wisdom, Kit Harris, who has written an extraordinary book called From Lords to the Fjords. It's the saga of Icelandic cricket, and we thought, what a great opportunity to get Kit on, or Cato, as we tend to know him, but there is a reason for that, to talk about that. And so that's what we're going to start off with. We're going to cover plenty of other good stuff as well. We're going to try and find out a little sneak preview of what to look out for in Wisdom, which comes out in April. Obviously, we'll talk about India, the upcoming game in Dharamsala. Interesting comments about spin and how they should get more games for Hartley and Shoaib, and I think that would be great. But can it ever happen? What is up with Ollie Robinson's hair, and indeed the rest of him? And an Australia-New Zealand series where New Zealand are doing their usual New Zealand thing. So there's plenty to chat about. But first of all, Kit, warm welcome to the Bishop of Bear. What can I get you to drink? What would be a good Icelandic drink?
They're very boring when it comes to drink. They would have Egil's Gut,
which is
a golden lager from the Egil Brewery.
Oh, okay.
Is that any good?
Well, I'm teetotal for 25 years, so I've got a clue.
So, on received advice,
yes.
Okay, so we'll put that next to you. What would you actually, a soft drink of some kind that you can have along the way? We'll get you a Diet Coke. Is that good enough?
Thank you.
You're most welcome. Right, so my first question was obviously going to be about you, the book, and how you came to this fantastic association with Iceland, as indeed we have a little bit. But because you sniggered so unkindly at my brilliant translation, what did that actually mean? What the fuck was wrong with it?
Do yours again.
Okay, it was Sal og Willkommen til Biskups og Bjorns.
Oh, right, yes, I see. Yes, yes. Okay, it's not, yes. You said it so badly the first time round.
Well, thanks for that.
So what you're trying to say is
hello and welcome.
Sæl.
Yeah.
Sæl og willkommen.
Sæl og willkommen.
Frá Biskups og Björn.
Frá Biskups og, is it Ogbjorn? Ogbjorn, even though it's got a G in it. Ogbjorn.
Yeah.
Willkommen, that sounds German.
It does, or Dutch.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's a link there.
It's not. No, it's Willkommen.
To any aspirant broadcasters out there who would like to do things properly rather than the way we do it, don't rely on Google Translate.
But everyone relies on Google Translate.
It's obviously utter bollocks.
Well, of course it is.
That's
how I communicate with the French when I'm over in France.
Anyway, look, I have to tell you, I only got this book in my hands last night because I came to the book launch, the Night Watch book launch, which was a great event in itself. I did get about 3 chapters in, and I ended up chatting with a lovely lady called Beverly on the train, which rather distracted me. But she was really taken with it, so we had quite a long chat about Icelandic cricket and what we knew. And I did say to her that we had actually covered an Iceland game against the MCC in Bushy Park, so I told her that little story. She was transfixed and fascinated by it, and couldn't wait for me to get off when I got to play it.
I was going to say. Who's this strange old man talking to me?
But less of the old, thank you very much. I'll settle for strange. Kit, so let's start, because it is a fascinating read of what I've got through. Let's start with you, and just tell us a little bit about this association that you have so closely with A, Iceland, and B, Icelandic cricket. How did that all come about?
Well, my name, Cato, is Icelandic because my mother was completely obsessed with the Norse and Iceland, despite never in her life having been to Iceland. I took a different route academically. I became a glaciologist, So I started visiting Iceland regularly, and when I was in a lull employment-wise, in about 2017, I decided that I would go to Iceland and start a travel company there. And while I was there, I thought I must try and start the Iceland cricket team, which was a bit conceited as an instinct, because it turned out that it already existed and had been created by a group of Icelandic students, now men in their 40s, for a joke about 20 years previously, and was now flourishing.
Wow. So
did you help them push on then?
Yes. When I sort of tentatively got involved, it had started to be run by expats and become a bit more serious than the joke team that had been started by the Icelandic, the natives, the students. But they had got themselves into a bit of a rut, especially in terms of administration and management and finance. And I said, well, I've just started getting involved in cricket broadcasting, because I just started commentating for the BBC now and then, having commentated for Guerrilla Cricket for a while. You were my springboard into doing that, as we know. And, well, I've made a couple of sort of punts, starting Iceland cricket on Twitter and that sort of thing, and it just absolutely exploded. People were captivated by the idea of supporting the world's weakest cricket team, most obscure cricket team, and it all took off about 2018,
a social media sensation.
Yeah.
As you mentioned, we got to cover a game against the MCC in beautiful Bushy Park, did a live broadcast, live coverage, and they didn't get thumped. They did not get thumped, Iceland. They held their end up, although they did lose. Now, a lot of the story of the book, because it actually delves quite deep into the history that is related in Iceland through the sagas, and that comes up with some extraordinary things. But the first thing I sort of wanted to ask you about, Cato, was Ragnar Christensen, who is very much a central character in the story. I found this great quote: "They should make a statue of Ragnar and put it outside Parliament. People should walk out of Parliament and be able to see a statue of Ragnar." And then, almost as an afterthought, is added, "on a horse."
Yeah.
But it was by a Stebby Admundsen, who I have no idea, sadly, who he is. So tell us a little bit about Ragnar. Why is he so central to from Lords to the Fjords?
Ragnar is the key figure in beginning cricket in Iceland. I mean, usually in small cricket-playing countries where it's just started, some hugely enthusiastic cricket-mad expat comes along, is in a bar with other expats, and you know how it goes. They're usually English or Australian or Indian or Pakistani, and they start chatting and they start the cricket team. Well, that's not what happened in Iceland. It's almost unique in world cricket. You've got this guy living on an island off the south coast who has nothing to do all day except go to work in a local school and come home and watch Sky Sports News. And he's very keen on football, but every now and then they show a little tiny clip for 30 seconds of what he thought looked like men in suits standing about in a field.
Right.
He didn't know there's no other information about this game, but he thought this game looks very civilized and very, very, very easy and relaxed. We should have an Iceland team doing whatever it is they're doing. And who's to say, if I can't get 10 other people, or however many people are in the team, obviously he didn't know that either, then we should be able to enter an Olympic team, and I can play for Iceland in the Olympics.
I like his logic.
There is one flaw in that argument, of course, at the time, but
he probably didn't know that, did he?
We can gloss over that.
It's surprising the number of years it took for him to work out that the Olympics thing wasn't going to happen. But he did create the Iceland national team.
Fantastic.
Well, what he didn't expect was for there to be such interest. I mean, he got his little team together and they called themselves Iceland. But he made a colossal mistake of contacting the European arm of the ICC, which was then called the European Cricket Council, and getting Iceland Cricket the contacts of Iceland Cricket Association put on their website. So there was suddenly this stream of interest from overseas. Can we come and tour? Can we send a coach? Even as the book recounts, Sky Sports saying, a cricket team in Iceland, can we come?
Well, they were going to turn up for the Icelandic Cup final, weren't they? Sky Sports, and then the Iceland guys panicked and went, hang on, we better actually stage one.
Ragnar felt that he didn't ever want to disappoint anyone. So if someone phoned up and said, do you have a team? Yes, we have 2 teams and they play each other regularly and so forth. So he blagged and he lied. He lied and lied and lied. So when Sky Sports said, you tell us a bit, and he said, just off the top of his head, he decided to say, on Saturday we have the Icelandic Cricket Cup final, as it happens. So when they said, that's wonderful news, we're going to send a crew over to film it. He had 4 days to find 2 teams to play cricket, when he only had about 6 regular players at this, 6 once-a-year players at this point. He had 4 days to try and put 2 teams on the park, all appropriately dressed, for Sky Sports to come over and film it. I mean, talk about cool runnings. I mean, this is just crazy stuff.
Who won? It didn't happen, did it?
No, it did happen, yes.
No, it did happen.
Everything he claimed, he managed to fake for the cameras when they came over. It snowballed and it snowballed. And in the end, you've got, a new airline launching through a cricket match at midnight with Bruce Dickinson from Iron Maiden.
I was going to ask about how Iron Maiden got involved, but you've jumped into that. So tell us, how does Bruce Dickinson fly into the story at some point?
A new airline, Iceland Express, what do they call, no frills airline, launched. And for some reason, their publicity person thought the best way to promote an airline that links Iceland with England would be to have a cricket match at midnight, and brought over this flight load of English celebrities, Henry Blofeld and Bruce Dickinson from Iron Maiden, who's an airline pilot, flew the first Iceland Express flight. Then they came over and played the Iceland national team, beat them obviously, as everybody did. And the whole thing just became this totally unwieldy, out-of-hand experience for all these Icelanders who were just trying to have a little bit of cricket in the park. That they fleetingly found themselves the world's attention. I mean, the ICC said that the vast majority of all inquiries they got about ICC Europe were about an Iceland cricket team.
I'm not surprised. I mean, it's a fantastic story. No, I mean, there is, whilst it's, as far as I got with Beverley's distraction on the train back to Claygate last night, whilst it's incredibly amusing and very written with a sort of a nice, lovely, light touch, there is a real thread of interesting history in there where you sort of trawl the old Icelandic sagas and discovered, I think, a game called, and I'm going to pronounce this wrong, but it's Knatleikar.
Oh, that was very good.
Oh, well, good. It's better than my Welcome to the Bishop of Bear in Iceland, so that's at least something, I suppose. I mean, a lot of people tend to zoom in on this chap, John Derrick, in 1598, who mentioned that he used to play cricket years ago, right? But this was, we're going back to the 9th century, and you found some sort of game between Mirar and Borg. Yeah. And you make an extremely good argument that there were huge elements of this game, Knatleikar, which were similar to cricket. The only difference is it had elements of death and vomiting thrown in, which is quite a probably
that's no different.
which is more akin perhaps to a Chelsea Leeds semi-final in the 1970s than it is to cricket. But tell us about how this association and the sagas, because it's absolutely fascinating.
Well, everyone's got a little bit of an interest, haven't they, in where cricket came from. And in terms of the British Isles, we know this guy John Derrick in a court case in Guildford in the 16th century, it was referred to that cricket had taken place in his youth. Or, I forget which century it is now. It's in the book. And there were some suggestions that a similar sport was being played in Flanders. But we don't really have an ancestor for cricket. Well, the Vikings, the sagas are very, very detailed. And the Vikings did play this game, Knatleker, the ball game, as it translates. And
very literal.
That's how Norse is.
Right.
It's a literal description of everything. So there was a bat and ball game. The bat is called the Knattré, which means the ball tree. Right. And it was, if you go through there's 15 references in the sagas to Knatleker. And if you go through every reference, gleaning what you can make about sort of 20 observations about the game. And 18 of them are basically cricket. You have a bat, it's 1-on-1, you have one person with a bat, one person with a ball. The ball hurler throws the ball at the person with the bat who has to try and hit it. There's a boundary, and if the ball goes over the boundary, it's particularly humiliating for the ball thrower. There's so many similarities to cricket. And I guess my honest point, once you take the humour aside, is if you're looking for a game that's the ancestor of cricket, it's the best candidate available to you. And I rather more whimsically propose in the book a mechanism for getting the game from Iceland to this supposed Flanders appearance in the 14th century. And I didn't realise, I sort of rattled the cages of one or two gatekeepers of sport history who say, oh, well, this is very unconvincing, this is very unlikely. But when I say, how, to these experts, in what way is it unconvincing? These great academics of sport say things like, well, the Vikings aren't very crickety, are they? Which strike me as a particularly effective rebuttal. But, I've laid out in the book a case for this is the ancestor of cricket. So if that doesn't win a prize, nothing will.
Well, you actually, in the book I found there, you've got a list of, I think, 14 similarities with cricket and a few that potentially you're very honest and say don't quite add up, like the games played on a frozen lake. There's no scoring system and intimidation's a vital ingredient. Well, actually, there is a bit of it. I don't necessarily agree that that's an argument against.
Intimidation? Well,
intimidation is definitely part
West
of it.
Indies fast bowling attack?
Yeah, no, absolutely. But the death and vomiting actually happened. I mean, one bit that fascinated me was you talked about the bat and the ball. If you smacked the ball high back over the head of the person who threw it at you, there was every chance that you might get your head cleaved in with an axe. And that actually did happen. I probably paraphrase that really, really badly, but there is somewhere in the story, in the book, I recall a head cleaving. So tell us a bit about how that fitted into it.
Yeah, there are axes, there are cleaving, but that is not part of the game. I mean, the references to the game are always to advance the story of the saga, so it's never a description of the game in itself. So I guess what you're reading about in the sagas are, in particular, the games that go wrong, or the games that there's a game that ends up with the king being assassinated, or there's a game that ends up with the queen being seduced, and so forth. And probably, one of the two more famous saga heroes, one is Njál, I suppose, but Egil Skálagrimsson is the great Icelandic anti-hero, incredibly violent man who shags and vomits and murders his way around Iceland. But it's the first reference. All the sagas are datable, so this is 911 AD. Egil is, what is he? He's probably about 6, 7 or 8 years old, and he's allowed to play his first game of Knatleker. But he's not mature enough to take the game as a serious show of strength. So when he gets bested in the game by a teenager called Grim, he gets very upset and storms off and gets an axe and cuts Grim's head off. But it is pointed out in the saga.
That might be a couple of ICC demerit points.
This is. This is not the done thing. You're supposed to show that you're stronger than your opponent till all the spectators agree who's best. The murder is not, is not supposed to be part of it. I hasten to add. But Vikings weren't interested in things like points.
No.
They're interested in who's the strongest. Points are what, none of our great games used to be about points. It's the English who come along in the 19th century and codify everything so that it has rules. I mean, how very English, introducing leg pies and getting rid of all the sort of bloody noses.
Yeah, very, very English.
So, I mean, there's some other interesting stories. One I know, which is going to fascinate the Bear, who's long held the opinion that as a left-arm spinner, he could still go for less than 8 and over in the IPL.
Yep.
You actually, now, I think it was actually you, under the name of Cato Johnson, who somehow ended up as a mystery spinner, or was it Kings 11 Punjab?
That's right.
Yes. Now, how did an Icelandic mystery spinner, i.e. you, end up netting with Kings 11 Punjab?
This was when the Iceland cricket Twitter phenomenon happened about 2019, when everything suddenly went crazy. I mean, what have they got now? 128,000 followers on Twitter. This explosion of this world's tiniest team with a bigger Twitter following than any team in the world, other than the 12 test-playing nations. And Kings 11 Punjab had this idea that they wanted to play. You know how much money these teams have got, right? These franchises. I mean, incredibly wealthy.
And they're sharing it all around the world.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they are. It's wonderful, isn't it? Their management got this idea that they wanted to play a joke on the squad for April Fool's Day. This joke involved bringing over a mystery spinner from the world's tiniest cricketing nation. And they said, will you come over and do this? And, be Icelandic and get introduced to the squad. So, as it happens, I am a spin bowler, and I do tend to bowl this ball called the back spinner, which is it's fallen out of fashion. It was very Victorians used to bowl it a lot. So I suppose, my action is hardly mystery, but it's, the ball is an unusual ball to bowl, and it's got, many, many wickets over at club cricket level over the years. So I went over there and I was put into the kit and brought in, and the players were told this is the new mystery spinner from Iceland. And one batter in the team called Prab Simran Singh, who now he scored his first IPL 100 in the last season, I think. But at the time, he was very much the junior, and he was told, make this guy look good. So
as part of the joke. As part of the joke. Okay.
Well, on my day, I might have been able to bowl, a succession of, at the very least, good length balls at him, but I just got off 3 flights to get to Chandigarh. I hadn't had any chance to warm up, so, my first ball to this guy is a sort of, it's either I can't remember which came first, the massive long hop or the full toss.
You varied it. It was you mixed it up for him.
Those were definitely the first 2 balls. And he'd been told, don't, don't. So he sort of bunted it back and took one hand off the glove. Just as I was about to say, well, give me 2 balls to warm up, Mike Hessen, the coach, stormed over and said, oh my God, we can use this. then Mujib Zadran and David Miller then come over to the net and hang on a minute, what's going on here? So then comes my other rank ball, and after 2 balls I'd probably settled into a little rhythm of at least thoroughly untesting on a length. But by this time Hessen's gone over to the camera crew and saying, well, this is absolutely outstanding. And as soon as Hessen's back is turned, Prab Simran can bear it no longer. So while this interview is going on, you just see this wiry, 40-year-old supposed Icelandic spinner being spanked to kingdom come by a 17-year-old in the IPL net. Well, Mujib Zadran and Sam Curran stand sort of, scratching their heads like, what the fuck is going on? Let's just say it doesn't take very long for the penny to drop among the players.
Yes.
Right, okay.
But having got me there, Kings 11 Punjab thought, well, yeah, that was fun, but we've got him here now, so let's tell the Indian press that we have signed him and he is going to play against Delhi Capitals tonight. And he's going to open the bowling and he's going to play in place of Murugan Ashwin. So they have me signing autographs at the Lalit Hotel and, showing Ravichandran Ashwin, who's the captain, how to bowl the backspin. I mean, apart from anything else,
But Ravi, R. Ashwin was presumably in on the joke, though, wasn't he? Or was he still being pulled along with everyone else?
He was, but he was a bit more sort of distant from the joke because he's very busy, very much in demand, and R. Ashwin is he's a very he's what a thinker about the game he is all the time, But I did show him how to bowl this ball, and he said, "Well, okay, I'm going to bowl it first ball in the match." And he got a wicket first ball of the game with my backspinner.
Nice.
No way. Wow.
Well, I hasten to add, this was his version of my backspinner.
Well, he probably still materials and improved on it a tiny bit. There we go.
But it's apart from anything else, it was it's a good chapter in the book.
Well, it is. And the book, I should remind everybody, in case you for some strange reason wandered into the pub halfway through. From Lords to the Fjords, it's the saga of Icelandic cricket. It's the extraordinary story of how Iceland cricket came to be such a phenomenon on social media and indeed in reality. But it's part history. It's very funny, but it has there's that grain of historical truth that Kit's built into all of it, and it is an absolutely fascinating. There is a thread. There is a rock, a foundation of historical truth. A foundation of historical truth based on the sagas.
Not a word of historical inaccuracy.
No. It talks about Kanaklika and how that effectively was cricket, and it was played back in the 9th century. It is published by Fairfield, and you can find it at all good bookstores, and
probably Amazon.
Indeed.
Afraid so.
Yes.
From Lords to the Fjords is the book to look out for. It's by our friend Kit Harris, and I can tell you I shall be finishing reading it, and where I got to before the lovely Beverly kind of interrupted me on my train journey home has been rattlingly good and well worth the read. So what we've got here, we're just going to carry on and chat. Kit. Tell us a little bit, of what you can. What are we looking out for? It's not that long until the almanac comes out in April, isn't it? So we're only a month or so away. What can we be looking out for there?
Well, the Wisden Cricketers Almanac, of which I have the immense joy and privilege of being the assistant editor. We put it to press at the end of last week, and it's published on Thursday the 20th of April, if I'm right in saying. So all the usual stuff is there. There are one or two bits that I can trail for you. We introduced in 2023 the Wisden Trophy for the best test performance. And that went, of course, to Johnny Bairstow last year for his twin centuries against India. So there's we have this extra new award, almost new award to announce. But what we also did, which was probably just about the most fun thing we did at Wisden Towers over the year, was we decided we must backdate the Wisden Trophy for all the years of Test cricket, and we broke it into two sections. So this year we have the post-war Wisden Trophy allocation. And that's a good pub table night-long task, isn't it? Okay, right. 1960, here are all the good performances. Who do we give it to? That really was fun to do. So we unveil all the post-war Wisden
How many
Trophy.
years do you go back? Or post-war? Everything post-war, or
Well,
before, or even before the war?
If you buy 2023, if you haven't already, still available on the Bloomsbury website.
Okay.
You can read 1877 to the war, so you've got the first set there. 1877 is there's probably no surprise there, given what happened in the First Testament.
Yes.
But so that's good fun to finish off that thread.
So Bannerman. Did Bannerman get your first Wisden Test award, basically? Yeah, that would possibly make sense.
How could he not?
No.
Well, I'm sure that certain years like 1956 will not be altogether surprising in the new Wisden, but there are
Jim Laker, I guess.
plenty of obvious candidates and one or two. Oh, I'd forgotten about that sort of surprises. And of course, it is an award that can be won by a men's or women's test performance.
But it's the performance, it's not the whole year. It's
Just
outstanding
one test match.
Wow.
Now, what else have we got? You would expect us to have really good writing, as we do, on the wonderful Ashes series that we had last year. So we have Gideon Haigh, of all people, on the Ashes series. So that will be a good read. And we have the tributes. I don't think it's any great spoiler to say we have really comprehensive tributes to Stuart Broad and Catherine Sibber-Brunt and Anya Shrubsole, who all retired in 2023. But yeah, if it happened, it's in there.
Cool. And it comes out on
Okay. I believe we are back. Are we back? Are we back? Are you there? Is everyone there?
We are. I'm surrounded by Daves.
It's a world of Dave.
It's the first time ever we have Dave communication.
Being Dave. So hard being Dave. No one knows the pain of being Dave except Dave. There you go.
Yes. Only known to us for the first time ever. Dave to Dave communication on Gorilla.
A duality of Daves.
And I'm assuming you're both expecting England to win this comfortably.
Absolutely. Not comfortably. No, I'm expecting it to be tough. I'm not expecting it to be hard. But I'm expecting victory.
Dave, what I've heard of you on Gorilla, you're very much the optimist, and I'm glad to hear you take that view.
Why would I not be? Because we only have now, right?
Yes.
That's the only thing we can control is the now. And if I think the future is going to be great, now is better. Anyway, there's going to be some cricket going on.
Excellent philosophy.
Yeah. Why would I not? Why would I not? It's the opposite of the Hendo philosophy. Oh God, they're going out. They're going to go do some cricket in our face.
Yes, and it's going to be Joe Root and Ben Folkes. And the reason for that is because Stokes was out that last over before lunch. That was
sad.
I'm trying to put a now spin on this, Dave. What would you say in this situation?
It was sad.
What's the positive bit?
It was
What's
sad.
the positive?
Well, it was a sad moment. There's no getting around it. It was a very sad moment. But it's now setting up what could possibly be one of the greatest comebacks in cricket. That's what I believe. P.S. I am clinically insane.
Well, 120 to 1. England 120 to 1 you can have there, Dave. You fancy a little punt on that now?
That's definitely worth 50 quid, right?
So Stokes was cleaned up by Ashford. It did look through. I mean, it was a big gap. It was a garden gate. It was wide open. And,
I didn't get it. I mean, I mean, that seemed like the simplest thing. Just to there's a ball. It's coming at the wicket. Put the bat in the way of it. And he somehow just kind of forgot how to play cricket. It's very unfortunate. Oh, hold on. I'm going to go away because someone's at the front door and there's no one to answer it. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, there is someone to answer it. It's okay. There are people coming in.
There's people at Gorilla Towers. The reinforcements are arriving. So it's 103 for 5. Welcome to everyone who's joining us. 103 for 5. England, India all out for 477. So they're still trailed by 155. And I'll read the scorecard just in case you haven't got it in the moment. But it's not surprisingly, it's Ashwin to continue. He's going to bowl the first ball after lunch, and he's bowling the first ball to Ben Folks, who's beaten outside the off stump. And
was he beaten? Was that really beaten? I don't think he was. I don't think he really. I think it was like a half leave. I think it'd be a half leave.
Half beaten? Can we say half beaten?
Half beaten. It was a draw. I know England don't do draws, but that ball was actually a draw. That was a really good over. That was a really good over. 1 ball long over.
Yeah.
I mean, eventually all cricket will be. It will be 1 ball overs, 10 of them, and that'll be the end of the game.
Stephen Kelk has come up with a proposition on YouTube that we should do a super cut of all of Jimmy's wickets that have ever been commentated on Gorilla Cricket, of which I estimate 274. And he reckons there's a huge market for listening to the bear repeatedly saying, "Get in!" We shall see.
It's a good idea. Root's going to take strike now. Kuldeep to bowl a new over, and that's pleasantly driven down to long on by Root, who hasn't looked in any trouble actually. He's been playing nicely. What did you make of Root's innings before hand, Dave?
Calm, just calm,
yeah.
Just very, very calm. Yeah. Unlike Bairstow's innings, which was insane and fantastic, and I thought it was going to go on and on and on, but of course it didn't.
And he lasted 31 balls, 3 fours and 3 big sixes.
No,
39.
It'd have been so great if he just carried on and on. In my mind, he still is.
Well, I mean, that was a lot better than getting 31 off 120 balls, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
Defensively by Folks, and there's no run. He looked even more annoyed than usual when he was out, Bairstow. I mean, the DRS showed umpire's call, LBW just clipping the leg stump. Maybe he felt aggrieved by that.
Is there a scenario where Bairstow is not annoyed?
I've never seen it. He wouldn't make a very good Father Christmas, would he?
No.
That's driven down to mid-off. There's no run. Do you think he was more annoyed than usual?
It's a high bar, but I think so. Yeah, I think he really had it in it. He was totally in, like me. He was believing he was getting at least a 100 before tea.
He had a little chirp to the Indian players on the way off. Here's Kuldeep, defensive, solid by Folks.
Yeah, I think he had a bit of a chest off with Safraz. I mean, they're both big boys, aren't they? They'd be good in the ring together, those two, trading punches.
Yes. Who does he play with in the IPL?
Kuldeep, driven away by Folks down to mid-on. They're going to run a quick single. That's Folks off the mark.
I'm not an IPL expert, so I'm not quite sure on that one.
I'll have a quick look for that one, Messrs.
Yeah.
105 for 5 in. So, that Ben Duckett's dismissal, that's the other thing that irks me a bit, because that set the tone, didn't it? Running down the wicket to Ashwin. And,
which would have been great if he had hit the ball. That would have been awesome.
Yeah, it was a bit of a hack, wasn't it? And the last ball's played out defensively by Root. England 105 for 5. Messrs, how's the social media sphere?
It's relatively quiet, other than Mog saying, "How the fucking hell, Messi? How are you going to cope with this?" I.e., Dave on each side. But you know, I like sitting with the purveyors of our fantasies. It's good fun. And Aaron N says England totally bottled. Leah says true, but please no spamming. Yes. It is a little annoying, and Leah will use a spanner to stop you spamming if it's needed.
Well, who's been spamming? There he's good.
New over from Ashwin, and that's driven down by Folks down to long on, and they jog through for a single.
Oh, hang on. They're just showing a repeat of. Oh, that was so annoying, Ben Stokes. You can block that 99 times out of 100. 999 times out of 1,000. That was like...
Stokes is just a very poor run, and he just seemed to have been, obviously not scoring any runs, getting out, playing defensively, and often trapped back on his crease, and just, some technical aspects.
It's a technical thing. He obviously should be going harder.
Defensively by Root, doesn't go hard on that one.
No.
Dave, your philosophy, I know this philosophy because I've been listening carefully, is to go hard, and so therefore Duckett's dismissal, you'd say, was fair enough?
Yeah, I would, and I'll explain why after this ball.
Tucked away by Root, I think that's going to get one. There's a man down at deep mid wicket, jog through for a single.
It was obviously a mistake. He played over the top of it, I believe. But if he,
Ashwin's in his head. That's the 13th time Ashwin's got an Ireland Test match.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't even realise he'd played. Oh yeah, of course. In 2016 he came over. But 2016 Duckett isn't the same guy really. He's been completely genetically remodified since then.
Not Duckett.
That's played out nicely by Folks, and they're going to take two. They may come back for three because. Let's have a look. No, they're settling for two. That was well played by Folks, out for two, so he was on for four. Are we talking Duckett or are we talking Stokes?
Oh, sorry, talking Stokes. I'm annoyed that Folks has got on to four. It means his average for the series is now going to be above Stokes, which means that he no longer runs in batting order and average order at the same time.
Well, I think that implies that he now has to bat six.
Yes, he has to go above Stokes.
Yeah.
Nice flick of the wrist by Folks, as though he was listening to you, Mrs. And that goes out to deep mid wicket for a single. Series aggregate of 197 runs for. The thing looking at those averages is hope, isn't it? Because apart from that 196, he's had a very lean run.
He's been baffling.
And that's no run for.
Oh, there he is on the screen, just looking baffled himself. I think it's all gone wrong from him since he's grown his hair out. When he had a very neat short back and sides, he was much more consistent. And somehow the hair has unbalanced him in some bizarre way. And you just don't know what to expect from him. It was like, that 196 was imperious. It was beautiful. And the rest of it has just been village. It's like he's running up and down the wicket. He's got no idea what's going on. It baffles me because he could be such a beautiful watch of a cricketer.
Here's a figure for you. England's highest average this series is Crawley on 44.7. There are 7 Indian players with an average of above 44.
Well, that's the story of the series, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
Kuldeep floats that one up a little bit higher, and Folks is solidly behind it. Folks has looked pretty solid, but tends to get out when he starts to go for his shots. I've noticed as soon as he opens up, that that's the moment when he often loses his wicket. But in solid mode, he is there at the moment. Talking of averages, we've got sort of Jaswell on the screen there. 89, he averages 712 runs in 9 innings, 2 double centuries.
And he's only 12.
Bad, really. He's only 12.
Defensively by Folks.
Actually,
change. Folks is not in with the tail. He's in with Root this time.
I saw Jaswell play in the Under-19 World Cup a few years ago, and even then he just looked amazing. It was just like, oh yeah, he's going to be a boy.
Yeah, he was prolific at that level as well, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Well, he averages 76 in first-class cricket.
That's driven out into big gap on the offside, and there's a well-run 2 there. Root comes back for 2, so Folks moves on to 7, and England 112 for 5. Yeah, and his very first Test match, he got that big century, 172, I think, against West Indies. So he likes to go big, and he's been the star of the series, hasn't he, with the bat. And but what a game this man's had. Kuldeep bowled really well in the first innings. That one turns in towards Folks, who plays it out carefully onto the leg side, and he batted nicely as well, Kuldeep. occupation of the crease. He was victim of Jimmy Anderson's 700th wicket, a big moment this morning. But his first innings performance, Kuldeep, was really excellent, wasn't it? This one floats up and it's turned away by Folkes this time. Just going to take a single.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say that these Indian cricketers are very good at cricket, generally. There aren't many too many duds in that side.
No, the team they're putting out today, considering
India.
Yes.
Yeah, without Kohli, Rahul, Ant, they found very good. It looks like a really good batting order now as well, with the debutant looking good and Jurel taking over from Pant. That's played out to the leg side. There's no run there. 113 for 5. It's on 36, and Folkes is on 8.
So we're quiet over on YouTube. Josie Oak welcomes you, Dave Barrett. Dave, the great neighbour negotiator. How did that go, Dave?
The great what? Oh, that. There is no lawyers or ambulances involved. It was all done quite amicably, just with a very firm stare.
I knew your charm would win the day.
This was your celebration, Dave, of the 700th wicket.
No, it was Stokes' wicket.
Oh,
Stokes' wicket, where I did definitely lose my shit completely there.
Yes.
I think it was.
Ashwin starts a new over. Folkes plays it back to him, back to the bowler.
I think I've got it written down exactly what I said. It was, fuck yes, go for it, yes, Stokesy, fucking hell, fuck, yes. Except it might have been a bit louder.
Yeah. Although the bear was not without involvement.
No. And then we started getting knocks on the ceiling from the downstairs neighbour. Which was
which is part of the course. That's defensively by Folkes. I mean, why you get a move into Gorilla Towers. What do you expect?
I would say that is one of the best alarm calls. In fact, I might have that as my alarm call in the morning.
Well, they probably thought you were having very good sex with someone called Stokesy.
Folkes has gone for a big wild swing now, and he's been cleaned up by Ashwin. It's another wicket for Ashwin. And Folkes, I mentioned before, when he goes for his shots, he is vulnerable. He went for a big shot there, swung across the line, and he's been clean bowled comprehensively by Ashwin. Folkes is out for 8.
Got to do it.
Fuck off! Just fuck off!
There you go.
Good predictive work there, Dave.
He sort of, came.
He went harder, but he didn't go harder accurately enough. Oh, they're putting those bloody horrible little kids on again, dancing around. I hate them with their little puffer jackets on.
Yeah, it's a 5 for Ashwin in his 100th Test match. So he's read the script. Yet again, a second innings where Ashwin seems to excel in second innings performances. He's on 5 for Ashwin. Let's have a look at his figures.
That's 9 for the match, isn't it?
9 for the match.
Now it's the famous fly fisherman J.R. Hartley who's about to come in, right?
Oh yes. Dave Wood says, in addition to the Jimmy compilation, you should do something similar with Bairstow dismissals, with a "for fuck's sake" from Hendo to accompany it.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, here he is.
5 for 60, Ashwin, and it is Hartley.
Come on.
We said, who's this guy that's come out of the blue? Then he took 7 wickets on Test debut. His first innings was shite, and he got it right. To Hartley.
That is funny.
I like that. Yeah, it is Tom Hartley.
Yeah.
The man is back at long on for him. First of all, defensive, and there's no run. Yeah, so Folkes who had been looking solid, as soon as he went expansive. Folks losing his middle and leg stump, both of them out the ground. 5 wickets for Ashwin, 5 for 60 he bowls, and that's almost a chance at slip. It's thick edge by Hartley. It's going to go down to the 3rd boundary, and it's 4 runs.
Yeah, let's get one of those. Bang. There you go.
Ashwin takes his spread of 5 for 64. After that duck, which wasn't quite what the doctor ordered in his 100th test, he's now got a 5 for, and family are present. He led the team out, and it's got something to remember there. 117 for 6. So can I just do the roll of honour? At Duckett bowled Ashwin 2, Crawley caught Sarfaraz bowled Ashwin, no score. Hope caught Jaswal bowled Ashwin 19. Bairstow LBW, Kuldeep 39, Stokes bowled Ashwin 2, and then we just lost folks to Ashwin as well, the 7. So 117 for 6.
Indeed. It's interesting, if you come back in a few years and look at the scorecard and see first 16 English wickets all fallen to spin, you'd think, oh, that must have been an absolute Bunsen of a wicket. And yet it's not.
No, we've seen the way that Kuldeep and Bumrah were together for a long time, weren't they? And seemed to be not in too much trouble against the spin. And let's hit Root on the pad. There's a pill for LBW. Don't think they're going to review that.
Nah, that's he's smiling at it. He's not taking that seriously. Hey, Messi, could you look up the world record 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th wicket partnerships, just to give me hope?
Okay.
And then add it all together, and then we can calculate what England's score is going to be. Oh, they're reviewing it. Oh, come on.
India review. For LBW against Root, it was Kuldeep the bowler. Very late decision to review that.
No, I don't think so.
Root doesn't look
here you go.
too concerned.
The record 7th wicket partnership is 347.
Yeah.
8th is 332, which was Trott and Broad.
Yeah.
9th is 195 and 10th is 198. So, and that was Root and Anderson.
So that we're reckoning that English will make about 1,000 then.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially as it's an absolute road of wicket.
I'm feeling good about this then. It smashed into his bat. Had no reason that should have been given out LBW. No reason there should have been an appeal. It was a total waste of everyone's time. Get on with the cricket. Come on. Yeah, there you go.
Yes,
unsuccessful. 347 for this wicket will be enough almost, won't it?
Nah, we want 1,000.
Root remains on 36. Kuldeep, and that's defensively by Root. Positives for the tour then, Dave. What would you say the main positives that England will take away from the tour?
Oh, the weather was really nice.
Weather?
Yeah. India tourism, I think, have done very well out of this test match.
Yes. Kuldeep. Root plays it nicely off the back foot. When you take a quick single, no, they decide against that. It's going to keep strike.
In all seriousness, in several tests, there was points where England were on top and they weren't able to put the foot on the throat and kill the beast. So that is positive and negative. But the fact is that on tours previous, we haven't even got close to doing that.
Kuldeep, boots on the back foot, looking very watchful. Any players that you'd say were sort of in the net positive column for England?
Well, the children's spinners, all three of them. I'm not sure whether Hartley's going to last the course.
Yeah, they're right on the money there. Boots were playing carefully. He has a good smile.
I'm liking the Root smile today. That is Root of old, isn't it? Like when he was captaincy, the smile just kind of fell away, and he aged about 50 years. It was all very sad. But he kept on getting runs during that period.
This is the
I
smile.
also think that Ben Folkes has confirmed that he's undoubtedly England's best keeper.
Perhaps disappointed with the bat, would you say, Messrs? This is played out by mid-wicket 2 by Root.
Well, the dirty
end of that over from Kuldeep, gets to his overs very quickly. 6 overs, 1 for 16. He's having a great game. Root on 38, Hartley on 4. England 119 for 6.
So Shelley is claiming some credit. She says, the wickets, guys. I started with Shelley to the destroyer. Can't recover from 5 down. Sagir Parker says that the straight will be over the 40 and I will have a free afternoon and free Sunday too. And Leah says, oh dear, but what do you expect from a team that's 4 positions behind Bangladesh in the World Test Championship table?
Well, I mean, the World Test Championship table is a bit weird because we've had about 200 points knocked off for slow over rates. But the cricket, I mean...
Ashwin, a new over, defensively by Hartley, no run.
I've really enjoyed the last couple of years cricket, and even this series, it's been... It's been barely a bad session to look at. Even it's been a bad session for England.
Ashwin gives out a lot of air, and that's flat batted by Hartley, right down to long off. Going to get a single. Just looking
Jay
again.
Grover says, I'm guessing Bairstow is a wee bit better at the speed work.
Sorry, fair bit better at?
The speed work.
Not sure what that means.
Not entirely sure. And you've got a cult deserter, I'm afraid. Hombre Nuevo says, morning, wonderful GC. Sorry, Dave, I may be sneaking out the back door of the cult.
Come back in. There is no escape from the cult. There is no escape from the cult. We will follow you. We will track you down. You're going to be dragged back in and reprogrammed in a bucket hat.
Single to Root, but Hartley back on strike. As soon as I saw Shelley's name on the roster, I thought, if England are batting, this could be trouble. Sure enough, wickets tumbled. Defensively by Hartley. Man back at long on. Bairstow looking not smiling in the dugout. That's defensive by Hartley. Bat and pad firmly together. Stokes take note.
Yeah, good point, well made.
And Ashwin with his 14th 5-wicket haul in Test match cricket. Coming round the wicket to finish this over, and that's tucked to yes, they're going to take a single, so Root happy to give the strike to Hartley for the new over. England 121 for 6.
I wonder where Hartley and Bairstow will be playing their cricket next summer, seeing as one of them has Leach in front of them, the other one has Lyon in front of them. Although it'd be kind of funny just playing Lyon in the seconds at Lancashire. I think that'd be hilarious.
They could sell him on the kind of bowling coach. He could play a sort of spin bowling coach.
No, actually this could be a brilliant move, just to break his spirit. Let him play, twos cricket or village cricket somewhere in Lancashire.
Given Lyon's competitiveness, I can't see him giving an awful lot of hints to a potential enemy while he's at Lancashire. Brown in Brisbane's with us. He says, morning, woken up here in Dieppe to hear England 6 down for stuff all. Has England lost interest and just want to get home? I think there may be a bit of that involved, Brian.
No, I don't think it's been loss of interest. I think it was just mistakes. Yeah, they went out with intent and made mistakes.
Kuldeep starts a new over. That gets a little tickle on that Hartley. There's no one down at long leg. It's going to go all the way for boundary.
Oh. Come on.
Oh. Was there a bat on that? I think there was a little bit of bat on that. Good away. Going to go down as a 4 to Hartley, who moves on to 10. Yadav giving that some air. That's quite know where that was going. That's edge down to towards third. They're going to jog through for a single. So Hartley yet to pull out his trademark big smash down to long on. He was out by that, of course, in the first innings. The sides have cottoned on to his main scoring shot, so he's been leaving that one out so far. 127 for 6, I'm afraid, is the score, if you're just tuning in to us. And we're just discussing whether it's mistakes from England or end of touritis. Certainly Duckett set the tone with a horrible dismissal when he hacked, going for a wild hack to Ashwin going down the wicket. Old Ashwin for 2. That's played out by Root, and there's no run. And I think the other one that was culpable was probably Pope, who played a sweep shot against Ashwin and without any real control at all, out for 19. That's played out by Root to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Root's been there throughout now for 67 balls. He's on 39 and looked, as Dave was saying, like the Root of old, and playing, just looking at ease with himself.
Playing in a losing team, does that mean?
Fuck off.
Sorry.
That was really low.
It's the low blow, but effective, Messrs. Harsh but fair. It's down to long off for a single. Now, he did lose that smile for a while during his spell as captain, as Dave said.
He did. The joy seemed to go out of it.
Called it racing through his overs. Now gets the last ball of the over to Hartley. There's 2 slips and a short leg, and that's just fielded by that short leg, drilled back to the bowler for no run. So Hartley remains on 11. Root's on 40. England still trailing by 131. They're on 128 for 6. Only 30 overs gone.
Well, I need them to reach 199 for my single GPL pick to get up there. I picked 203 and India made 4 runs today. Leah says, so what you're saying is that if Root gets another shot at the captaincy, he might actually age so much that he is able to legally obtain alcohol. Not in many Indian states, of course. Amrina Over says, okay, I'm back. I'll get the folks MIA bucket hat when Bairstow sadly replaces him with the gloves back over here. There's been one bad session, but happily only one over the last few years. The afternoon of the short ball in the Ashes, that was
Messi, I think that your microphone is a little bit low.
Yeah. Sorry, thank you. I pushed it away when I coughed and forgot to put it back.
Okay.
Root is well back.
Where do you change after this over, by the way?
Yes. I think Steve is coming in to take on the ball by ball, and the Bear moving into social. That's played out for no run by Root as well on his on the back foot there in front of his stumps. This next ball's driven down to long on for a single, so Root on 41. Yeah, the day started so well for England with the 2 wickets only going for 4 runs, as Messrs just said, with Jimmy picking up his 700th. Yadav caught Folks, bowled Anderson, big moment for him, and then Bashir taking almost immediately getting the wicket of Bumrah, who stumped Folks for 20. So Bashir finished with a 5 for 573. Massive spell for him. So what will happen to Bashir this year? Talk about him going on loan, Dave, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know what county he would go to, because everyone seems to have a spinner. Who doesn't have a decent spinner?
That's a good question. Hartley has no idea where that one went. He had a big flail at that. Not the trademark shot over long on. This looked like he was aiming for mid-off, and the ball just spins, fortunately for him, along the ground. Hit it into his pad, I think.
I think it would be also good if the ECB stopped fining people for having overly spinning wickets. If you had maybe 2 wickets that were...
It's played out by the leg to leg side by Hartley. Yes, go on, Dave.
If you had two or three wickets around the country that were just total Bunsons, everyone would then have to have a decent spinner in their side because they'd have to play there at some point.
Yeah.
But then Somerset might win the championship, and that's against the law.
That's
true. That's nicely drilled by Hartley, showing that he does have more than that one shot. That is drilled through the offside. He must have heard me. 4 runs, nicely stroked. And England, at the end of that over, move on to 133 for 6. We're going to have a change, and after Messrs, Steve will be moving in. So that was the last. That was the first ever day.
Bearers regain consciousness.
Yeah, Jay Grover clarifies that it is reference to Bairstow being better at the speed work referred to Dave's putative boxing match between Bairstow and Sarfraz. Dave Wood says, getting myself ahead of the curve here. How many balls will Jimmy last before getting out playing the reverse sweep? I'm saying 9. I think you're over-optimistic there, Dave. I reckon 3. And I'll catch you in half an hour if we're still going.
Thank you very much, Messrs. Hello, David. How are you?
I'm good, thank you, Steve.
Good. It's Kuldeep to continue. Not surprisingly, the Indians sticking with Ashwin and Kuldeep, who are between them being very successful.
Pass me the iPad.
Yeah.
Morning, Dave. How are you, mate?
I'm good, thanks, Bear. Good to see you.
Yeah, likewise. I was fast asleep.
Yeah, he was snoring away. He was when I walked in, which was slightly different to when I last saw you on Thursday.
Well, yes, after voting, weren't we, the pair of us?
Yes, indeed. I'd done mine, and you were on your way.
Yeah.
Anyway, Kuldeep is getting these balls to turn off this pitch. That one jumps up at root, and he managed to sort of play it away down behind him on legs to leg stip, who fields it. Kuldeep gets excited. Pardon, sorry?
I thought, did you say voting or boating?
Voting. Yeah.
We had a mayoral election.
Very exciting. Gosh. So Root has progressed quite serenely to 41 off the 73 he's faced. Looked good this morning. As Kuldeep ambles in. This is on leg stump, and again Root's forward defensively and just jabs it into the leg side. Rather sorry story, this one, isn't it, David?
Well, it is. I mean, yeah, there's been some shots that have been hard to defend. I mean, Duckett and Pope would be and Stokes. Very disappointing dismissals.
Kuldeep in again. This one doesn't turn, stays arrowing in towards middle stump, and Root just flicks it away, square on the leg side. Deep square leg is trundles in from the boundary, gets the ball back in. One more to Root score. England move on to 134 for 6, still trailing by 125.
I mean, you feel that India on top of their game at the moment. There's hardly any sort of weak sort of parts to their, to their performance, and the side's really coming together. It's got stronger and stronger as the series has gone on, and England's batting it's just fallen away, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been the problem, isn't it? I mean, the middle order has just not fired. We've had 4 or 5, 50 partnerships opening the batting, and then it's just all terribly gone wrong.
Kuldeep in again to the left-handed Hartley, who defends. That's the end of the over. Sorry, David, carry on.
Bairstow's had one innings that's lasted longer than 50 balls, in the whole series.
He hasn't got 50 in the series either, has he? No. Couple of high 30s and maybe a 40, but I don't think even that. Where are we at? Ombre Nueva says, okay, I'm back and I'll get the folks MIA bucket hat when Bairstow sadly replaces him with the gloves back over here. There has been one bad session, but happily only one over the last few years. The afternoon of the short ball in the Ashes. I don't know. Getting myself ahead of the curve here, says Dave Wood. How many balls will Jimmy last before getting out playing a reverse sweep? He's saying 9.
It's probably a pretty good average, I would have thought.
Yeah.
Seems high.
Yeah, exactly.
I've noticed Rooty's kept the reverse sweep and the sweep
he played
tucked up in the locker. I haven't seen one yet.
Well, there was a really nice reverse sweep earlier.
So Ashwin to continue, not surprisingly. That's rattled into his pads. There's a big appeal from all the Indians. Umpire completely unmoved.
Was that off the bat?
Yeah, obviously not, because they're having a
think it was
deep
pad
conversation. It certainly was their last review. When we got to have a look at it, it was an inside edge onto Root's pad, so the umpire's decision was upheld as correct. Have they sent it up? Yep, they're sending it up.
Wow, this will be
interesting. Making the decision, isn't it? Because Rohit Sharma's off with a stiff back, so Bumrah's the acting captain, and he's decided to take the review again. I suppose it's the fact that it's Root, and it looked a little bit close.
Yep.
And then now they're asking him, and Root saying, "When I hit it, it was a carom ball."
It was. Well, it's definitely pitched in line.
And it's straightened.
I would say it's gone inside edge fairly firmly. I would have thought.
Yeah, second review in a row where there's been a big inside edge.
Well, yeah. Are they saying whether it hit the pad first? But it definitely looks like bat first.
Yeah, it's taken a big deflection off the bat, hasn't it?
Yeah.
So There you go. There's the nick, and the ball is well forward of the pad. So another decision upheld. Well done, umpire. Good work. Not very good reviewing by the Indians. They've generally been quite good with their reviews in this series,
Yeah.
haven't they? But they've these last two, I think they just want to get Root out. I think.
Well, to be fair, in a couple of the games, some of the reviews have made massive differences, haven't they? And they've been, there's been a lot of complaints about reviews, but as I've said after this,
Ashwin, this one, he's dropped a little bit short and enabled Root to rock back and just punch it down to deep mid-offish and adds a single to the score.
These have been Boomer reviews.
Well, yeah, but I mean, there was the review against Root in maybe it was the last test or something, when it was in the second innings where England were looking to push on and only get a 250 run lead. I thought probably would have been enough. And they reviewed one on Root, hit him on the foot in line with leg stump, straighting to go on to hit leg stump, and everyone thought that's pitched outside leg and it's not hitting. And sometimes these are the things that swing matches.
But not today.
It
doesn't really need to swing it, does it?
Not at all.
This one is firmly defended by the left-handed Hartley. Hasn't pulled out his trademark straight drive yet. Did try one, but ended up with the ball by his feet. So Ashwin in again. This one's just floated outside off stump and jabbed away into the offside by Hartley. No chance of a run.
One of those interesting stats. Most wickets in your 100th test is level with Murley on 9.
Oh, right. This is nicely cut actually by Hartley. That's gone all the way to the boundary to add a 4 to the score.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
That was a really nice shot by Hartley actually. Just rocked back and just played it very, very nicely through the offside.
You a Hartley fan, Bear? What as a slow left arm practitioner?
Look, I think he's done all right. I was just saying that when Jason was just talking about this next door, I think Shoaib has better control of the ball. I don't think he has great control of his length, Hartley.
This is an attempted Yorker from Ashwin this time, which Hartley's able to dig out and punch into the offside by cover fields. That is the end of the over.
We don't have any new social anyway, so I'll carry on.
Yeah,
yes. I look, he's done well and they batted okay, but the pitchers have offered assistance. And considering that they were both untried before they went out there, you have to give them kudos for what they've done. But clearly, India's spinners are better, and I think that's partly, as I've said throughout the series, actually why they haven't created Bunsen burners, because that's more of a leveller. And actually, their spinning attack is better than ours. And they figured if the pitch was a standard test pitch that slowly deteriorated over 5 days, in Indian conditions, it would be turning by the end of the game and be advantageous for the spinners. And they've got better bowlers than us, so that's why they went that way. They've got the wickets. The wickets have been helpful, but they just haven't been consistent enough to, slow things down when they've needed to.
But they haven't been snorters, have they, these tracks?
It's
been good to see. Anyway, first ball of Kuldeep's next over, his 9th, in fact, of this English second innings, is defended by Joe Root. And this one is a much more aggressive shot, punched away down to deep mid-on fields. Adds a single to the score. England trailing now by only 119.
Bear, have you been playing the over-under markets? Because I would imagine you could make a lot of money going under on England, especially in their second innings.
Yeah, I haven't. I've been doing not very much betting at all. I was about to ask you about Cheltenham next week. Is your man going to, whoever that was who was putting up all the tips last year, going to put them up again on the WhatsApp group?
Yes. No, that's true. That's true.
Were they any good, those tips? Though?
Well, yeah, I'm
really?
a bit of money. Yeah.
This next ball from Kuldeep is defended by Hartley, punched into the onside. Kuldeep fields off his own bowling.
Yeah, he was very thorough, wasn't he, last year?
Yeah.
He got on a couple of good outsiders, I think.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Kuldeep in again, left arm over the wickets, and again Hartley just punches this away on the onside. No chance of a run. Kuldeep fields. Ashwin got a very happy look on his face. 5-wicket haul in the bag. There's a lot of chat going on out there from him. Is that Pavel?
Padikal, I think.
Okay. This is a much more aggressive punch from Hartley. Goes down to the man at deep mid-off. Comfortably fielded, although juggled a little bit in his hands. But one more to the score. England move on to 141 for 6 in their 34th over.
I mean, Ashwin's got a lot to be happy about, hasn't he? It's gone. I mean, why is it? It does so much better in the second innings, doesn't he? He's a real second inning with a new ball. Does really well.
I suppose it's when it matters, isn't it? The second innings. If you get 10 wickets in that, you're probably going to win the game. This is just flicked away into the onside mid-wicket area by Joe Root. No chance of a run. That's the end of the over. Called it to no. That was his 9th over. 1 for 25.
Well, Farong says, well, it's that time. Tata Test Series review. England. Pluses, an actual victory. A moral victory, meeting the Dalai Lama. Negatives, thumped in 3 tests. Duckett not bowling. GC Encouragement Award. Joel Wilson coming of age. Personal DRS review. Strike rate on the rise. There you go.
I didn't see Stokesy bowling yesterday. What was he like? Good.
Well, he got a wicket with his first ball. And Dave went absolutely mental and woke up the neighbour who had a massive strop. Which was quite funny.
Well done, David.
At 6:30 in the morning. Leah says, Bear, there are very interesting stats in the YouTube chat. I know this because I posted them. No new socials anyway. Okay, Leah. All right.
Maybe Bear and Steve, we should ask our listeners for their end of tour awards.
Well, there you go. Anybody want to make some awards?
I'm
going to award Ben Stokes the Welcome Back to Bowling Award. Then. How about that? It's good to have him back doing that.
Well, Leah, Beshert and Kurz
we have a change of bowling, actually. It is Bumrah coming into the attack with his seam bowling in his round the wicket to the left-handed Hartley. Clips this to mid-wicket. Fielder is there, and it's gone straight to him like a torpedo. No chance of a run.
Here we go.
Another Monty Bumrah. Oh, you're bowling again, aren't you? Oh, I thought as much.
Short and sharp. Bumrah is setting off. Ball the second ball of his 7th over in this innings. He's in, and that has clattered into his stumps. A big appeal. Fingers gone straight up. I think England will probably review this because they've got 3 reviews left.
Oh, we don't
just to waste some time. Yeah. No, they're not even bothering. Root's just dismissed him, and young Hartley is trudging off.
No, we're getting closer and closer. Jay, this one's for you.
Fuck off! Just fuck off!
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
That's plumb.
Yeah, it's absolutely plumb.
It's missed the outside edge of the bat, hit the back pad in front of middle, and not very high. That Ashwin stat was, yes, as we just said, that was from you. Anyone having experience with multi-RTM plugins for OBS to stream to multiple sites simultaneously? No, I didn't even know there was a plugin for it, to be honest. That's the one downside of OBS that I am aware of. You can only stream to one place, which is why we don't use it. We pay stupid money for it.
Didn't know what any of that meant there.
Yeah, it was like listening to Zulu, wasn't it, David?
Yeah.
So we've got an advertising break at the moment. Nothing very much going on. While England Hauler, who will be the next? Woody or?
Yeah.
Would it be Woody?
Or
who's left? Woody, Bashir. Yeah, it'll be Woody.
Decent ball from Bumrah, wasn't it?
It was,
back in and caught Hartley right back on the stumps. Yeah, absolutely plumb.
He was, and actually, I thought Hartley was refining the use of his outside edge very well, actually, in his innings. And then, when he needed it, it wasn't there.
Shame that Root would be just look someone to stay in with Root.
Yeah.
Who remains on 44.
See if we can get the defeat to less than an innings and 100 runs.
Well, it's worked. It's worked, Mog. Mog has sent us $5 on a super chat. He says, token cash payment to force the Bear to pay more attention to the YouTubes.
So Martin Wood is the new batsman. We'll jingle him up.
Yeah, we shall give him a little jingle. Sounds like this. You can talk over top of it.
Bumrah is bowling, and this is way down the leg side.
Quite good and pretty quick. So just a normal guy. Of course. Except for just one thing. What? He thinks that he's a horse. Right. What?
Yeah, that was in line, hitting in front and hitting the wicket. So
hitting a good 6 inches below the top of middle stump.
Yeah, so that was not really the hardest decision the umpire's probably ever had to give in his career, I would have thought. Anyway, the 7th England wicket is down for 141. Bumrah is back into Woody. This is
that's got to be out as well.
Has that hit his foot, or did he get a bat on it? I think that is. It's been given out anyway. I wasn't sure whether he got his bat on it, but it would seem it's rifled into his foot. He's probably got a very sore toe, but he's also dismissed second ball.
Well, England reviewed, so maybe he feels he got a bit of bat on it. Or maybe it's just Woody.
Yeah. And that was just the ball you want to bowl, Bumrah, wasn't it? It was absolutely bang on the money.
It's the ball he's able just to bring out at will, isn't he, Bumrah? Just fire it in there.
Yeah, 2 more of those at the next 2, and that'll be out very quickly, you'd have thought.
So
would seem to lose his balance there as well as he played that.
Oh, it's flicked his toe.
It's certainly hit his toe first, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So, and there's been no bat involved.
Bat was nowhere near it.
Yeah.
Hadn't even started to move the bat down. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's his toe. Well, maybe is it going on? It's probably going on.
Well, at best, it's probably going to be umpire's call, isn't it?
On leg stump.
On leg stump. So.
A big puff of dust out of the wicket, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. This is not going to. Well, we don't need to last 5 days, but it looks like it probably wouldn't last 5 days. This track.
I don't know. I think it's been one of the better. It's been, look, India got 400 and whatever they got, nearly 500 runs.
Like a road yesterday.
It did look like an absolute road yesterday.
Starfrost and Patekal were together. It didn't look like there was anything wrong with the wicket.
No, and to be fair, it didn't look that bad when England bowled. I think in the first innings, Kuldeep was a difference, wasn't it?
We seem to be having a delay getting up the ball tracker at the moment. We've seen that it's definitely hit his toe first, bat not involved.
I see Jahan Iratanam has got the it's going on.
Yeah, smashing into leg stump. So that's definitely out, and the 8th wicket is down.
Yeah, there we go. Fuck off.
Fuck off! Just fuck off!
Yeah, the only thing extending Wood stay at the wicket there was the delay in getting the ball tracking.
On your bike, mate.
So an innings that lasted 5 minutes, of which 4 minutes was the decision review.
Is that a pair for Wood, I think?
I believe it is, yeah.
I think it is. Jam Ratnam has the right attitude, I think. He says, this series was an absolute triumph of Bazball. Lots of excitement around as England close out this 5-0 moral victory whitewash. Dead on, Jayan. He also says technically it's a 4-1 moral victory margin. S. Sam says some more entertainment. Leah says no point in not reviewing that. They have 3 reviews and 3 wickets left. That's true. Nick Vickers says morning all, just waking up, working out what's going on. England appear to be throwing us away. We threw it away on day 1. I'm afraid, Nick. The wicket wasn't that bad. Pope, I guess the wickets that hurt the most were probably Pope running past a straight one. And there was another really poor one as well. Johnny
Duckett, you mean? Oh, I see, in the first innings.
In the first innings. Yeah, it was Kuldeep's googly that did it, wasn't it? He got 3 googlies that got 3 wickets, and that was Pope, Bairstow and Stokes. All got done by the googly. England didn't really seem to pick it. And
Stokes sort of played across the line to it, didn't he?
He'd had 4 that had gone away quite sharply outside his off stump, and then 1 that landed similar and sort of just went straight on, didn't? And they weren't googlies in the sense that they turned sharply the other way, but they just didn't turn and they went straight on, and they were all playing for turn that wasn't there.
So Bashir is the new batsman, and again this has gone down the leg side. Has he got anything on this? Because the keeper thinks he has and has gone up. Bumrah's turned around and ignored his keeper and said no, absolutely nothing there. So Bashir survives. That was a cracking ball to Mark Wood.
Yeah, it was. There's nothing he could do about that. Can't blame him.
Nope. It would have cooked better batsmen than Mark Wood. So Bumrah in to complete his 7th over, 2 for 17. Both of them in this over. And again, and this one actually, Bashir has got out really nicely, flicked away through mid-wicket, and that is going to beat the fielder to the boundary.
Very proud of that shot. That's a classic. Get one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
The question is, will this innings last as long as our spell?
Yes. Or are we going to mop it up?
That was a similar ball to the one that got Wood, except that
it was a bit overpitched, actually, wasn't it?
Bat down on it.
Yeah, it was a bit. Yeah, it was a bit more overpitched, so it didn't actually bounce.
So Bashir managed to clip it away off the bottom of the bat and clipped it away nicely. England 145 for 8 at the end of their 35th over. Any messages?
Farong says, as the end is 9, third T20 Bangladesh, Sri Lanka decided today. Next week ODIs from Mirpur. Then 2 tests from Silat and Chattogram later in the month. I wonder if Joel will be there to officiate, closing in on Goff's impressive correct decisions made count. No idea.
No. I see Erasmus has announced his retirement.
Yep, he has.
His last test match is the New Zealand-Australia, isn't it? I think. He's been a good servant, old Erasmus.
Yeah, how did that game end? I presume that was stumped. New Zealand 134 for 2.
And Ruti has brought out the reverse sweep. The ball's very, very wide of off stump. The keeper has actually taken it and sort of suggested an appeal, but I don't think Ruti got anything on that. Indian fielders are all yabbering away to each other. I think they're sort of, the timer's not on for the review. I don't think they're thinking about it.
Because he played that, he got the reverse sweep out before lunch, didn't he? And hit a nice boundary with it. So, but generally, it's not been a skittish innings from Root.
No, he's kept it in the locker.
Someone needs to stick with him, eh?
Yeah, called it again. Outside off stump, ball jags back in towards the stumps, and Root has just rocked back, punched it into the offside. No chance of a run.
Well, it was. He's decided not to take it.
He's going to keep the strike.
Just having a look at Dream 11 top 5 fantasy players. Ravi Ashwin. Most points.
Top player, England's top player at the bottom.
And this is swept away by Rootwood. A little bit aerial. It spins quite sharpish on bouncing and nearly fools the fielder, but he manages to gather it. Again, he's declined the opportunity of the run.
Yeah, Root's going to try and
just reviewing that reverse sweep and something there.
It was off the. Wow.
Oh no, was it the bat hitting the ground? I think you
Yeah.
can see the dust. I don't think the ball actually got in contact. He tries another sweep and again has missed it. Keeper takes it.
It was 2 feet outside the off stump. I mean, Root's got a thankless task here. I mean,
bit of field manoeuvring going on by the Indians at the moment, bringing
Yeah,
in
they're
the deep mid on, bring them into what would have been the ring. Call deep in again. This one is much straighter on leg stump, clipped away through mid wicket. They're going to take 2 quite comfortably. The ball doesn't quite make it to the boundary, so 2 more to Root. England move on to 147 for 8. Root on to 46. Will he get his 50 before the 2 wickets collapse?
Well, I think that's the plan.
surprised he came back for the second there. If he was turning down the singles earlier, I think he might have taken that single off the 5th ball of the over.
And the Indian fielders coming in to save the 1. No one in the deep. Call deep in to complete this over. This is on leg stump, and Root has flicked it away.
Nice
and through mid wicket adds a single and retains a strike. Any messages?
Well, yeah, here's a question from Ryan. He says, will England revise their selection and strategy after this series, or will they just assume they'll beat West Indies at home and all will be good again? I'd suggest the latter, probably. This is clearly Stokes is going to be captain. They're not going to play any other way. I think it's a lot easier to play this maybe on home wickets where they're used to it. Yeah. Against more pace bowling, which in England it'll be predominantly pace.
Although Bumrah's pace has been quite productive so far.
Well, it
albeit
has,
to the
but
lower orders.
I mean, these wickets are quite slow. They're quite low. They've had success.
Harry
at times.
Brook waiting to come back in.
Yeah, Harry Brook needs to come back in. I think he's a big miss. I'm not sure Bairstow. Bairstow would have played the series if Harry Brook had been available.
I think that's right.
Anyway, Bumrah is in. This is outside off stump to Root. Jumps a little bit at him. He flicks this away square on the leg. Comfortable opportunity for a single, but Joe Root declines.
I mean, unless they go for Bairstow to take the gloves again, put him down to 7. It hasn't. It's been a very disappointing series for Bairstow.
I think the keeping has been the one really big positive of England's series.
Hope at 3. Has that really worked?
No, not really. No. And he's a bit frustrating, isn't he? Because he looked good when he gets in and he's going well. You think he looks really good, but he's so skittish at the start.
Yeah. Looked like he could get out any time this morning, didn't he?
Yeah.
19. This one is again on.
That's a shot,
and that's flicked away beautifully just behind square on the leg side for one of these. And brings up a very, very good 50 from Joe Root, the only one to provide the Indian bowlers with any sort of resistance.
Yeah, the annoying thing is that Rooty has come good at the end of the series and not the beginning, hasn't he? He got a ton in the last test. He's looked good in this test because he's played normally.
Yeah.
He's had a couple of scores, but not enough in the previous test. His highest scores was in the 20s, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's a classic leg side flick from Joe Root to bring up his 50. Bumrah in again. This one's much more on the offside, just outside off stump. Given the respect it deserves by Joe Root, defended back. Bumrah fields it himself.
This has given the England fans something to remember today. I mean, they'll all remember this day because obviously Jimmy Anderson's getting his 700th wicket. So it's been a day for at least England fans have had a couple of things to applaud. Sharma off the field, of course, in the dressing room with a stiff back to Bumrah captaining.
Right. This is a slow ball outside off stump, and again Root just jabs it down into the ground. Ball ends up actually being taken by the wicketkeeper, who trots up to field it.
There could be some other changes in the bowling department as well for England.
Well, yeah, I mean, there'll be more pace bowlers. They'll be back to the pace, won't they? I mean, will Ollie Robinson get back in, or are they just pissed off with him now? Which is disappointing because he's got such potential.
Well, I'd be happy to have him back at Sussex for the season. So.
Well, he just needs
he
to...
plays well for us. Bumrah in again, outside off stump, guided away by Root. There is a man at cover point, and with a little bit of a stumble, he manages to field it. A very glum-looking England team in the pavilion. Jimmy Anderson at the back, doing some exercises, getting ready to come in. Don't think he'll be long.
The class above in county cricket, isn't he?
There we are.
Well, that's what I mean. I mean, he seemed to have sorted it last year. He consistently got his pace up, and then he got injured in the Ashes, didn't he? And then hasn't played since, and was pretty hopeless since doing this stupid podcast with his missus.
They say he hurt his back batting in the first innings.
Yeah, that's what they said, but do you believe that?
Outside off stump, Root firmly drives it into the covers where it's fielded.
Well, Katie Scott, for these parts, says the real question is, has this test gone well enough for India to schedule more tests than Dharamsala?
It was a no ball, in fact, which is an unusual sight from Bumrah.
They've certainly sorted out the problems in the outfield that they had ODI. I mean, it has looked a really lovely ground to play on.
Yeah, it has indeed. I think they want to be playing when it's a little bit warmer, probably.
Why has it only been 28, 29 degrees?
Well, at the beginning of the days, it's been because they've been starting at 9:30 in the morning, so like 10 or 11.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Looks gorgeous there now.
Yeah, I mean, at the height of the day, I think it's crept up to 19, 20, 21, maybe 22 today, which is pleasant enough.
Didn't get the sleep that was forecast.
I think that's coming in tomorrow.
Right in,
wow.
and beautiful shot, driven through the covers, all the way to the boundary.
Wow, that's what Root's good at.
Kids can't listen and you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
Well, Jay Grover says, whilst my birthday has not been positive in any cricketing sense, I feel proud to have contributed to the largest number of fuck-off jingles in a single match day.
Yeah. Well
Absolutely.
Done. Are we due a changeover, or are we going to carry on?
Oh yeah, we are due a change.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be Forthy is going to come in and do some. I've got to let him in first, but he's going to come in and do some ball by ball. And on the other two seats, Jason's going to do your socials, and Dave is going to come in and summarise the end of this series. All right, Forthy.
I'm here. Hello there. Hello.
Crack on.
We are. I join you with 2 wickets to go before the denouement of the series. Good to see Joe Root getting his 50. That's his the 92nd occasion he's got to 50 or more in Test matches. Kuldeep starts a new over. He's 1 for 28 off 10. To Bashir, who lines himself up quite correctly. We await to see whether he'll read Kuldeep's variations, but takes one to know one, as it were. Perhaps he can. Perhaps he's got some inside knowledge as he watches the ball out of the hand. Quite correctly again. 2 forward defensives. Bashir has executed there. I'm joined by Jason and Dave. They're just getting the cans on.
Hello.
Good morning, gentlemen. Touch and go at one point whether I was going to be doing this stint.
Yeah, I thought that.
People coming around for a barbecue. They might have to wait 10 minutes. And Bashir decides to have a bash at that one. I think he's probably
I think he's tattooed it into Sarfraz.
Straight into Sarfraz at short leg there.
Oh, it's actually hit the head.
Right on the bonts.
Ooh.
Right on the bonts. Doesn't seem to be too affected by it. Hopefully a glancing blow.
Well, technically that should stop and they should get a replacement helmet. But
yeah, I'm not quite sure why they haven't stopped. It's a bit of a mystery.
Certainly if it was England they would.
That really is anti-protocol because he absolutely sconced him there. That's defended by Bashir. Straight back down the pitch to Kuldeep. 4 dot balls. Yeah, I don't quite know what goes on with these things.
That one stayed very, very low. I think there's different rules in India than there is in the UK.
Yeah, it's all about the British standard, which only guarantees it for 1 hit, basically.
I see. Well, we'll give Bashir the benefit of the doubt and say he read that one. Not sure he did. Thick inside edge, but nowhere near short leg. Dot ball. England, 157 for 8. Last ball of Kuldeep's over.
He gave it some.
He really has given a lot to that one. Let's see where it ends up. I think it's gone 10 rows back, I suspect. Yes, I think it has. No, it hasn't. It's just gone for one of these.
1.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah. Through the kitchen sink at it, but presumably didn't.
Well, it's right off the toe end of the bat. It didn't really connect with it.
Right. Well, 4 it is. Anything happening out there, or people giving up?
Jay Grover, I'm not sure if I've heard this or not, said, whilst my birthday has been not been positive in any cricketing sense, I feel proud to have contributed to a large number of fuck-off jingles in a single match day.
Well done, Jay.
And Dave Wood says, I predict that Pope will have a series against the Windies akin to Rugby Bops in 2009, where he got 3 consecutive tons, I do believe, cementing his place in the side for at least another 12 months, but not scoring runs against anyone else. Yes, it looks like he's in danger of becoming the new Johnny Bairstow.
God.
Well, it is going to be interesting how they're going to set up the side for next summer.
Yes,
it will be. Brooke coming in is going to be the thing he has to come back in. Who goes?
It's funny how your reputation gets even more considerably enhanced when you don't play because somebody falls.
Well, he's very good at cricket. That's the thing.
Yes,
sure is. Oh no, absolutely. He's there was never any doubt he'd walk straight back into the side. He's the best young prospect.
And whilst we're having a drinks break, I think I'll rip through another few more who've just come in.
Please do.
Chris Glass says, happy birthday, Jay. Today is my father's 95th. Well done to him.
Wow.
Would have been my mother's 94th. May you enjoy many more, with or without cooking fuckwittery. And Jay says, fourthly, I know you an apology. Well, probably several.
Oh, really?
Turns out the newest Britain's most dangerous city stat just released Sheffield is at number 7, whilst Coventry is at number 15. Might be by number reported, not per capita, in which case Coventry is still CAC.
Can't remember which is bigger. I thought, is Coventry bigger than Sheffield? It's about 320,000. I'm not sure.
I think Sheffield's slightly bigger, but not hugely so. And Farong says, and sends us a picture of Dharamsala saying, nice to see some Cherry supporters have made the effort to offer moral support for England in Dharamsala. Unless we get new records for the 9th and 10th wicket, then this will be the final session of the series.
That is correct, yes.
Yeah. And sends us a picture with a nice AFC Bournemouth banner and the lovely red pavilion at Dharamsala behind it.
Only when those clubs come up, there's a lot of excitement when Bournemouth, understandably, for the first time come up, and then Brentford as well. And once they're in, you think, oh, Bournemouth, Brentford, just clogging up the lower reaches of the Premier League. All the excitement's gone there. Unless you're a supporter of one of those two clubs, of course, in which case...
You mean the lure for the neutral has dissipated?
No, it's exactly, you've summed it up much better than I did there, Jace. Well done.
Yes, well, my team's nowhere near the Premiership.
What's your team?
Well, I loosely support Plymouth Argyle, but...
closer than they have loosely support?
They've been closer for the last... It's closest they've been for about 10 years, but they're about to be potentially fulfilling my pre-season prediction of getting the manager pinched in the first half of the season and then sliding down the table and being relegated.
Well, I think the first came to pass. Absolutely, it did. I'm not pretty sure the second won't. I think there are 3 worse teams down there.
Possibly, but we only got 4 points in 20 out of 21.
That's not good.
Which is not good.
Bumrah is back into the attack, and he hasn't been away, and he has beaten the outside edge of Joe Root's bat with an absolute beauty. Joe Root. Well, I hope for Joe Root's sake he gets some red ink here. He deserves it. He's played very sensibly, 55 off 94, classic Joe Root innings, and as ever looked the most correct player. And I suspect if he is the not-out batsman, that'll tip his test average back over the 50, will it? I'm not sure. I haven't done the maths.
I'm not sure. He's going to get an awful lot of runs to get over 50 again with a not-outer, I think.
Oh, no, I think he's on 49.7, yeah.
I think he's 49.6 or something.
Yeah.
But my maths isn't quite up to it. Plays that very nicely, down to point. But of course, we've got the number 10 batsman in, so he turns down the single. This ceremony, this ritual that takes place in cricket that people who don't follow the game closely or are new to the game would find very puzzling. Why on earth aren't they taking every run on offer?
Yeah, I'd always take the run. Always take the run. Unless someone's a complete rabbit, and Bashir is not a rabbit.
No, he's not a rabbit.
Well, yes, he did come in after Anderson in his first test, but they quickly righted that mistake.
Yeah, no, you can.
Well, Joe Root's got his 50 now. I can understand while they were playing for, it's a minor milestone amongst many, but yes, sure, play for Joe Root to get his 50. He's got it now.
That's why. Well, we've finally found out why Ollie Robinson is injured, because King has to bring out 6 bats for Joe Root to pick from.
It's a lot of bats.
Yeah, I wonder what.
Or with a yellow handle. A distinctive yellow. Graham Gooch had a yellow handle, didn't he? Other batsmen with a yellow handle? Graham Thorpe, maybe?
Don't recall it.
Peterson, didn't he?
Didn't he have a yellow and red handle? Sort of a bacon and egg?
No, I think it was yellow. So I'm sure someone.
I certainly remember a yellow handle.
Yeah.
Someone will tell us. Bumrah in again. This time to Root. Again, he plays and misses. He's had his number in this series, it's fair to say. But Root's still there. He's got 55 off 96.
Wasn't he another one? Isn't he famously his bunny? He's got him something like 11, 12 times.
Yeah, he's got him a lot. It's McGrath to Atherton style stats. Ben Stokes is obviously Ashwin's bunny as well. Everyone's got someone. Jeff Boycott for a while had Prabhakar, didn't he? Rather unexpectedly. Remember that? Little dibbly dobbler.
Manoj Prabhakar. Yeah, he's.
Yeah. There's a kind of a muted appeal. It's clearly going down leg side, dot ball.
I think he hit it.
Oh no, massive inside edge, in fact. Sorry.
Yeah.
And we have a super chat from Willow Moon. She sends us almost £5 UK saying thanks to all the GC team for all the hard work and early mornings during this series. Well, thank you very much, Willow Moon.
It's a pleasure. It's not work, it's pleasure.
Well, it's been a test series in India, particularly welcome for the residents of Melbourne and Perth, of course. And that's played off his toes very, very nicely by Joe Root. Superb shot past the mid-wicket all the way for one of these. Gets his head in such a correct position. It's all about head position batting. Get your head right, everything else follows and clicks into place, and Jared always manages to get his head over the ball. That's the secret of his success, I believe. That's a lovely shot. 165 for 8 for what it's worth. Not very much, literally.
Oh. Only 100 behind.
In comes Bumrah again.
Oh, that was a good ball.
And,
he did well to dig that one out, didn't he?
Yeah, it was almost a Yorker. Well combated by Root, but it does mean he doesn't pick up a single off the last ball, exposing Bashir. At the end of the 39th over, England 165 for 8.
Light Roller says happy birthday to Jay Grover. And Jay Grover says Sheffield is the 6th largest city in Britain. This always surprises people. Yeah, I think it's 500,000-ish.
I think it's also the tallest city in England.
Tallest city?
Light Roller says, where is this list of cities by population? I wonder how many I've lived in or near. Well, you probably lived near to quite a few.
Varies over the years depending on whether it's pre-industrial or industrial times. Before Industrial Revolution, Coventry was 4th in the pecking order. It was London, Plymouth, York, Coventry in those days.
The thing I find interesting about Plymouth, which is my hometown, is that the county town is Exeter, which is about a third of the size.
That is strange, isn't it?
Yeah.
Plymouth really ought to...
Plymouth's about 350,000, Exeter is about 100,000.
There's no reason why Plymouth shouldn't be in the Premier League. Plenty of smaller clubs are. Burnley's about a third the size of Plymouth. That's defended quite nicely by Bashir to mid-wicket.
Bashir is a great name for a baseball player, isn't it? Basha!
Yeah,
Basha!
That's right, yeah. Nominative determinism at its best.
Yeah. We get a little view of the ugly cup.
Oh, and that would have been close to leg slip. There is no leg slip, but shovelled round the corner by Bashir. Not convinced he read that one. It just gives a little indication to Joe Root at the other end that he did read it. So maybe, give him the benefit of the doubt. He got enough bat on it.
I think they can.
There you go, and in goes.
I think they can afford the runs to put somebody there.
Why not have a leg slip? Did for Zach Crawley earlier in the innings. That's the one that goes on. I think that was Ashwin, wasn't it? And Bashir defends and then does a sort of mini Steve Smith swashbuckle afterwards, but only a very small one. Has a look round. Wonders how long he's going to be here for. Probably not much longer. Oh, and that's very, very full. An outside leg stump, and Bashir guides it to the man 3/4 of the way back on the leg side. Oh, sorry, this is Joe Root. You're absolutely right. Who's on 59, and there's been a beacon in a pretty average performance. And when we say average, not in the sense of average, but in the sense of pretty shoddy, really. However, it's the last match of the series. This often happens in 5th Test matches. Nothing to play for, 1 foot on the plane. Unprofessional maybe, but it's human nature. That's played through mid-wicket by Joe Root off the 5th ball of the over, down to that man on the 45. He will take the single on this occasion because there's only 1 ball left. Moves into the 60s, the nervous 60s. He has been there about 90 times before, so probably less nervous than some would be.
He's
Bashir.
He's just got the 1 ball to face, hasn't he, Bashir?
Yes, just the 1 ball from Kuldeep to Bashir.
They dealt with that quite
Very
nicely.
watchful, very watchful. Playing for Joe Root at the other end. Big grin on his face. I think he's enjoying himself in a. Why not?
Yeah,
and that's the end of the over. Anything happening, Jason?
Yep, Chris Acquire's come back. He's done the maths for the Rootonomics. He says Root's currently on 49.81, 58 plus versus India. There. He needs 90 odd to make 50 average of not out.
Okay, well, that's something to play for. I don't think he will get there with 2 wickets to go.
I think he will. I'm very
Dave,
positive.
love the positive thinking. Love the positive thinking.
No, it's
Messages tells us that KP's was green in terms of bat handles.
Yes, I sort of get the feeling it was not yellow. I think you always, for some reason, yellow is always more memorable. Don't know why.
And Abhishek on YouTube says England are going to get 200 all out.
Yeah, well, I think they'd probably settle for that.
He also says Root will get 100.
No, that's not going to happen. Bumrah in again. Nice classic forward defensive from Joe Root. And what a contrast with Ollie Pope earlier, whose forward defensives were leaving. And they just weren't forward defensives. They were an accident waiting to happen, unfortunately.
He's an enigma, that Ollie Root, isn't he? I mean, sometimes he's just so glorious, and other times he's looks village.
He does indeed. Who knows? Perhaps he's an example whereby Bazball hasn't done him as many favours as a more classical approach might have done. That's open for speculation. Joe Root smothers that one down to 3rd man.
I agree with that, because I think he's very much in the Root mode of being busy at the crease and scoring runs anyway, so he didn't need to be more aggressive. Or innovative, for that matter.
I don't think he's been getting out because he's getting more aggressive. He's been getting out because he's skittish.
Skittish is a good point.
Yeah, he's just... Yeah, and there he is. And also he needs a bloody haircut.
He's also got his hat on back to front, which is always a bad sign. And that almost cuts Joe Root in 2, but he manages to get enough bat on it to get it down wide to that man at second slip.
Yeah, get rid of the backwards hat and get the bucket hat on.
Yes. Looking a little bit like...
Get with a programme.
Looks a little bit like Harry Enfield's Kevin from the 90s.
He's a very, very tidy short back and sides, and it works very well for him. Well, I don't know what he's doing now.
That would be the Ray Illingworth and the Ted Dexter. Ted Dexter wanted to get rid of the stubble, I seem to remember, when he was in charge of the team. In comes Bumrah again. And that's clipped off his toes, off middle and off to mid-on by Joe Root. No run.
Yeah, and I can see that from Dexter. You know, it's either the beard or no beard. None of this sort of...
A bit like the Royal Navy. Like the Royal Navy, you either full set or nothing at all.
Yeah, I'm down with that. Yeah, Ollie, he needs a stylist. That's what he needs. Doesn't need a batting coach, he just needs a stylist.
He does need a stylist. I'm sure that...
needs a fitness coach, really.
Yeah, that's true. Ooh, Joe Root had a little dabble at that one. It's even got to Joe. This end of termitis. Didn't really need to play at that.
Yeah, but there's something different about that. From Bumrah, he did something because he was not as chest on as he normally is. He's a bit more side on for that. And
right. You suspected a variation.
I did. I think he was the one where he bowls it with rips his fingers across it to pull an off cutter.
This is the expert analysis you don't get elsewhere. That's interesting. That was a slower ball floated outside the off stump, which Joe definitely couldn't restrain himself from going after, and it's gone all the way for one of these.
1 2 ka 4 4 2 ka 1 My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
Was ultimately a good shot, but it had a slight air of desperation about it.
No, it didn't. That was just a great shot.
Yeah,
You see, put it over the top of backward point. He was very comfortable with
all right,
that.
Dave. Yep, very good. Okay.
Jago says the war did a proper number on Coventry. Its history is fascinating. Sheffield is also one of the greenest cities in terms of foliage. Yes, I'm sure that Coventry was flattened, as was Plymouth, being a military port, and they had to do a massive amount of rebuilding post the war for it.
They did.
In fact, the whole of the city centre of Plymouth was completely razed almost. There's virtually no pre-war building standing apart from the Guildhall and one other building in that area.
Indeed, ditto Coventry. And of course, there was very little money after the war, so it was all glued together again with inferior building materials. So it was a rather depressing city to grow up with, as I'm sure Plymouth probably was as well.
Yeah, well.
First ball of the new over from Jadeja. Oh, Jadeja's back into the attack, and that's played nicely enough by Bashir. Maybe after this ball, if you want to play the Jadeja jingle, you're welcome, or perhaps we won't bother. That one...
I'm not sure we have enough time in between balls.
No, because it's Jadeja. We're already halfway through the over. That was another dot ball. Talking of yellow handles, it's the yellow framed glasses, and that's gone straight into the hands of second slip, except it hasn't. It's gone past the second slip. And I think that's Shubman Gill, who rather looks ruefully. I couldn't quite catch how close it was to him. That's 4 to Bashir.
Oh, that's a lot closer than I realised, yeah.
Went very quickly,
Yeah,
though,
it
so you just got one of those...
Went very quickly. He just put his hands in the wrong position and it sailed over the top of them. It was theoretically catchable, but very fast. 2 slips wait, and that one again. Jadeja puts his head to his hands to his head. Dot ball, though. I can't remember which way around it is.
I think his hands to his headband.
Oh, well, there's a big appeal. They think it could be LBW. Has he got any bat on it? It's gone round the corner into the leg slip direction, so they don't run.
They're not doing it.
No, they decide against it. Clearly, he did get bat on it. Last ball of Jadeja's over. That's nice shot out to point by Bashir. Dot ball at the end of the 42nd over England. 175 for 8. Bashir's moved on to 13.
Light Roller says, I'm still offended that Forth thinks I was around during the Industrial Revolution. Cheeky bar steward. I did live in Coventry, though, but not Sheffield. And Chris O'Connor says, Root has a bowling average of 45. As his bowling average is below his batting average, does that make him a great all-rounder?
Do you know what? I'm thinking he's like the 4th top all-rounder currently in the ICC ranking.
Yeah.
Which seems insane to me.
And
there's only 2 England's captains who took a 5-4 when they were England captain, and Joe Root's one of them.
One would imagine Ray Illingworth as
well.
well.
No, it's a person that's slightly older than that, I think. You might be surprised.
I think it's the obvious. It's the obvious 2, actually. I think it's Botham and Willis.
And Willis. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's Bob Willis. Yeah, I think I think it is Botham and Willis. But you could be.
I thought Tony Greig got 7 for when he was a captain.
Oh yeah, definitely, yeah.
Oh, maybe yes. That would make sense, wouldn't it?
When he turned to bowling spin rather than his loopy medium pace stuff.
We have another new bowler.
We do.
Yes, that was against West Indies in 73-74. Back to Siraj. Siraj time.
He's another angry man, isn't he?
That's Tony Greig took to spin, and they won against the West Indies in the West Indies. Didn't win another test against them for another 18 years, I think, after that, or something along those lines. In comes Siraj again. That's flicked off his legs down to long leg by Joe Root. Willie eschew the single. Can't be too many words in the English language which have got SCH in them. Eschew. School, actually. Quite a lot, probably, now I think about
Schedule.
it. Quite a lot. Okay, right. Forget one. Scrap that. There's a lot. Schism. There's loads.
And I think it was 16 years rather than 18, to be fair.
Okay then. Defended by Joe Root. I'm playing fast and loose with the facts here. There's a bit of endotermism in the commentary.
So I'm sure that we won a test in the 89-90 series.
Yeah, we did. We won the first one.
Won the first one, and then we got rolled on some rather shoddy pitches. And disgraceful Viv Richards gesticulating to umpires. Umpire pressure.
Should have won the second one. I think one of them got wiped out by one of those bad wickets, and then West Indies won the last two when Graham Gooch broke his finger. That's defended by Joe Root. It was one of those terrible occasions when, on this occasion, I would agree with Gary Naylor. They slowed the over rate down as the clouds were on the horizon down to about 8 overs an hour. Ian Bishop and Desmond Haynes was the captain. He was the guilty man. But it worked. David Capel was in at the time. R.I.P. In comes Siraj to Joe Root, defended.
Yeah, it was the tour with quite a lot of Northants players in because they'd just finished one or come second in the county championships. They had Capel and
Alan Lamb,
and a third person. I'm trying to remember.
Was there a third one?
Ned Larkins.
Was he at Northants at the time? Yes, he was. He had a funny England career, didn't he? He was spaced out from memory. Although I am, as has been established, playing fast and loose with the facts, I'll probably find that he didn't. In comes Siraj again. And Joe Root comes down the wicket 2 paces, and successfully so, because he manages to turn it very fine off his pads, almost a leg glance for 4 of these. Very good reader of the ball, Joe Root. Nothing frenetic about he. That was a leg glance, I think. Always a very pleasing shot, a leg glance, like the on drive, and the late cut as well.
Yeah, they keep cutting back to Wally Pope, and his eyes are just dead.
Yeah, looks like he might have had a bit of a night on the tiles last night. I'm not suggesting he did. And Joe Root has managed to get 4 more, and this one wide of point with a very nice shot. And I actually think that was a very nice shot, Dave, so unlike the previous one, which we disagreed on. And at the end of the 43rd over, England 183 for 8.
Jay Grover says, every time I've gone to Plymouth, it's been rough as guts. I'm starting to think I might be the problem there. No, you're not wrong. There are some fairly working class, rough council buildings, post-war areas of Plymouth. A bit like Swilly is definitely one place, but there are also some very nice architectural bits of it that are still left. Certainly parts of the old naval part, so the Royal Naval William Victualling Yard, that's very nice, and bits around the Guildhall are quite nice as well.
I'm going to say this is our last over because it's Jadeja. We'll probably bowl it in 30 seconds, but it almost certainly will be the last over of our time together, and therefore of probably our time in the Test series. Defended by Bashir, just to say that, as ever, it's been hugely enjoyable. Thank you so much to everybody who's got up at the crack of dawn to get into Sydenham. I can see Jason there is looking bleary-eyed and a fantastic job. Bear and Tony, and no doubt others who's perhaps you can call them out.
Grubby's been in at the start for a couple of games.
Yeah. Grubby overnighted on one occasion, I think, didn't he?
He did.
Just to make sure he brought this commentary to you. Bashir, dot ball again. Jadeja in again. Dot ball defended off the back foot to point. And we will be looking forward to resuming guerrilla activities, presumably early on in the English summer. So a little bit of a break for us. We'll have to think of other things to do. And that's turned around the corner by Bashir. So this is rather strange. They decided not to take that single because the 5th ball of the over. Well, not that strange, I suppose, just to keep Bashir at that end and have Root taking Siraj from the other. Kind of makes sense. 2 balls of the over to go. And that is straight through to Jarrell behind the stumps. Current partnership 42, so not exactly troubling or worrying anybody or affecting the course of the match, but pleasing for Bashir to stick around for a bit. I suppose there's a very, very slight chance that Joe Root could kick on from here. He's only got 28 to go, so I guess that's the idea. Maiden over at the end of the 44th, England 183 for 8, and we will have a new commentary team. Farewell. And
we should say thank you to you too, Forthy, for sacrificing part of your barbecue to be with us today and many other days.
It's been a pleasure, miss. It certainly has. Bye for now.
I must say, you lot have done a pretty poor job of polishing this off. The Bear's not going to be happy to have to come back into the commentary seat. In fact, I'm pretty sure that the Bear was hoping to have been home by now. 30 minutes without a wicket at this stage of the game is hopeless. But we have the Bear and Steve Jones putting their cans on.
I'm here.
And we'll polish it off for you. We'll stop hanging around. Although I'm happy for them to reach 199 because that would be my only GPL pick today would come in then.
Well
203.
Yeah, well, exactly that. Me and Steve thought we wouldn't be back on, but Rooty is. Well, I was just thinking his average is going up. This is his 10th innings, 7.2 onto an average of what was 32. Suddenly he's going to come out with an average that kind of looks not as bad as it could have been, is it?
He's currently just under 37.
Yeah. So another 10 runs.
Oh, sorry, he's over that. 38.5 now.
Well, exactly. You know, and every 10 runs adds a run. So another 20 runs and he'll be up to 40.
In fact, more than that because he's got 2 not outs at the moment, so there's only 8 innings involved. Yeah, every 8 runs adds a run.
There you go.
So if he scores another 17 runs and doesn't get out, he'll be topping England's averages.
There you go. And he'd had basically 2 decent tests, or 2, you know.
Kept the best for last.
He needed to kick on the series. He needed to start the series well, didn't he, really?
In fact, there'll be a few people who got some money riding on that because before the series, you would have bet on Joe Root topping the averages. Although he won't get at the top with the runs scored, which is probably what people are more likely to bet on.
Yeah, Crawley will be in that. He's got just over 400 runs.
Mm.
Well, Root's facing up to Kuldeep. He bowls that over the wicket. He just turns that into the leg side and turns down the single down to long leg. Well, apart from Root's personal milestones, there is no reason to be doing this. It's not like you're going to bat out for 2 days and somehow.
And Bashir has actually looked quite good when he's faced.
Yeah.
You know, he's not a rabbit, is he? So.
The wicket isn't really 218 and 183 all out wicket, is it? You know,
not really.
India got 477 and it looked really. It's looked the best batting wicket. They've appealed for OBW, but it's hit him outside the line. For me, it's been the best batting wicket the entire series.
It's looked nice, doesn't it?
Yeah. Just haven't taken advantage. Around the wicket, Kuldeep to Rooty, goes back and pulls that again down to, well,
he has taken
paddle
the run.
sweeps it. Does take the run this time, down to long leg.
Yeah, it came off the bat. I thought it might have done.
Yeah, I thought it was outside the line as well. Anyway. Yeah, big inside edge.
He's got that inside edge working well on those LBW appeals, isn't he?
No, he has indeed.
Very glum-looking England team in the pavilion.
Yeah, I also don't think that the around the, especially to Bashir around the wicket, is doing Kuldeep any favours here. Look at Ollie Robinson
with his new hair.
His new hair. His Ray-Bans on, picking his nose.
Not a care in the world. Collingwood looking quite serious though, I think, behind the glasses.
Well, I guess, I mean, if you're a young player like Ollie Robinson, you can take your girlfriend along and you've got no kids. It's a great life, isn't it?
Well, and you don't have much of a brain. I don't think that's right, to be honest. He's just not all with it. I don't think.
Yeah,
Fuck.
well, no, yeah. Well, funny enough, Colditz has gone back over the wicket to Bashir, which I think is the right line. Yeah, and you'd think that he'd want to get it together. He's got a chance to be an England star, you know. I mean, Broad's retired. If he got his head together, he's clearly got the ability. That's a googly from Colditz, defended by Bashir, square on the offside, and there's no run. You know, if he got his head together, he could be an England opening bowler for the next 4, 5, 6 years if he keeps fit.
Yeah, he tends it on for Sussex, doesn't he, the boy? So,
yeah. Well, he's clearly got ability, doesn't he? I mean, when he first came into the Test side. Oh, now that's worth an appeal. Maybe a bit high. Turn back into Bashir. I don't know if he got any bat on it.
I think he might have got some bat on it too.
Or Glover.
It hit his back leg, if anything. It would seem to be rising.
I'm wondering if County Division 2 is Robinson's niche, to be honest.
Yeah.
Jay Grover says Sheffield is one of those cities that is a surprisingly good place to live, but I have no clue why anyone would want to visit. I normally just take people to Chatsworth or York. We do have a llama farm and a petting zoo, mine, which is nice. I went to Beverley when I was in Yorkshire too, which I really like the Minster there.
It's got a
I've written over. Been infected by Dave Barrett again. He says Rudon for a double ton and Bashir a heroic 87.
Yeah. Well, you'll be pleased to know, Jay, that my daughter's second choice of university is Sheffield, I think.
There you go. Second, though, no.
Yeah, well, she wants to go to Warwick first.
That's a nice uni, actually.
Which is Coventry, as we've discovered.
Oh. Rooty's foxed them all.
He has. He's gone for the reverse sweep, which he's basically got a slim outside edge that's beaten Gill at slip. And
gone between the keeper and the first slip.
All the way down to the boundary for 4 runs.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
Yeah, first slip was moving to his right there, wasn't he, to anticipate, and down to his left it went.
This one he just plays up towards mid-on, there's no run. 77 now, Root. Imagine if Root does get 100, he'd have got 200, that'd be really frustrating. You get 200s in the last 2 tests of the series.
Bears are not going to be happy about that.
However, that's got to be that's a good appeal for LBW. Surely, if he didn't get any bat on that,
maybe too high.
I don't think it hit him quite low, didn't it? It seemed to straighten. No, they decided not to go for it.
No.
Maybe got an inside edge again. That looked right to me. Although something weird did happen at the point of impact.
There's a lot of chat going on about it.
He got an edge on it. I think he got a pretty good edge on it.
Oh, he did. That one is defended on the outside.
The merest touch. Yeah.
Maybe he did. Actually, I got it all wrong because it went past his outside edge. I thought it beat his inside edge.
Good ball.
It was a good ball. Takes a single off the 4th ball of the over though.
Still wicketless, Jadeja.
Yeah, only got one in the first innings. Well, it's quite a flat track, isn't it? Oh. Has that bowled him? Caught him? Something's happened.
Well, the bail's off.
The bails are off. Bashir is
bowled
out.
him, didn't it?
Well, I thought it beat the stumps and the keeper took the ball and then knocked the bails off. But maybe he got an edge too. Well, there you go. Jadeja now has.
That's got one. Yes. I should have kept my mouth shut.
It's either caught or let's have a look on the replay, or he's bowled him. The bails definitely came off, but I thought, he's bowled him. Yeah. Kept a little bit low, beat the outside edge.
Keeper just took it off the off stump. Very well done.
Only 2 more to go, Jay.
Fuck off! Just fuck off!
Another one bites
Speaking
the
of
dust.
Jay, he says, in the interest of full disclosure, I were at these cities for the purpose of criminal activity, so it's not surprising I saw the less salubrious.
Okay, Jay.
If I went back now with the guidebook, my views would be different. I draw the line at Jaywick, though. I don't even know of Jaywick's existence.
Jaywick is I think it's the poorest place in England or something. It's in Essex on the coast, and it's basically a lot of prefab buildings on the coast where junkies and old people live who've got no money whatsoever. And I'm sorry, Jaywick, if that upsets you, but
the mayor of Jaywick will be in contact.
Going back to the discussion about all-rounders, Chris Kras says Jadeja, by comparison, has averaged 36 in 107 innings and 24, taking 292 wickets in only 71 tests. That's not a bad record, is it?
Not at all.
Good morning, gentlemen, says David McCarthy. Trying to explain how Swiftian was already taken. Taylor Swift was obviously cool about it. I've got McCarthyism to deal with. What? I'm not sure I'm in that space, David.
Well, Jimmy's got 1,000 test runs.
Very slowly.
Very slowly indeed. 1,300 in fact, and Jadeja is going to bowl to him around the wicket. And that was the end of the over. Now Root won't have a chance to get to 100, but he will get a chance to have a not out, and therefore what are we, 8, 9 to his average, so closing in on an average of 40 for the series.
Dave Wood's got an excellent question for us. He says, question for you and the listeners. With Jimmy having dismissed Baz 3 times in tests, are there any other examples of players having got their coach out?
Oh God!
There must be loads.
That's
in the modern era, I'm sure there must be, because lots of players now go on to be in coaching stuff. Well, maybe head coaches, I don't know, but
it's a great question, though.
Yeah, I have no answer to that, to be honest.
Other than probably yes.
Yeah.
Because I mean, you've got to have a fairly lengthy span as a player for somebody you've got out then to become your coach. And Jay Grover says, if Jason Gillespie says that's a dick, that's a dick. Sheffield has a student community commonly called Vibrant. They're fucking vibrant outside my flat every Friday night, the twats. Beverley Minster is mint. It's a gorgeous place, Beverley Minster. I really loved it.
Well, Root is going into the 80s with a reverse sweep off Kuldeep down to the 3rd man boundary and getting himself 4 more.
He's made batting look rather easy, actually, isn't he? Rather like the Indians did.
Yes. Well, that's the thing. I just like that tweet, message from Nick Vickers. The last time he was at Delwood, that's fended out through the covers. Out to deep cover, and there's no one. He says, last time I was at Delwood Avenue, the proverbial 22-man brawl broke out. There used to be a pub in Watford when I was a kid. I think it was called the Pheasants or something. It was right in the city town centre, and it was a classic inner city or inner town pub that swept quite nicely by Root. Decided not to go for a run in the end as it went out to mid-wicket. Every Friday night, kicking out time, guaranteed, massive brawl. I remember being down there one time, people were getting glassed, the police were there. We were only 18, we were just sitting on the curb trying to avoid fucking everything whilst everyone's just going at it. It's fucking hell.
You haven't been back then?
No, not to that pub.
It's quite funny, actually. They were just showing that Bashir actually asked for a review on that.
Did he?
Because he obviously thought he was given out court.
Yeah.
And realised it had his Root had to go up and tell him, no, mate, it hit your stumps.
It hit stumps, you were bold. Turned down to deep square leg by Root. 4th ball of the over, decides to take a single. Giving Jimmy the chance. Well, someone said earlier there'd be 9 deliveries and a reverse sweep and out for Jimmy. He's faced 1, and we haven't seen a reverse sweep yet. I'm sure we will get one. I haven't got 700 test wickets. He can do what he likes now.
Yeah, I think he rather fancies Kuldeep as well, doesn't he?
Yeah, the one that turns away. But Kuldeep will be quite smart and probably bowl him a googly.
2 slips.
2 slips.
Short leg.
Indeed. Kuldeep over the wicket. And it was the googly. And Jimmy gets an inside edge. It goes off down towards fine leg, but he won't take the single. 15 minutes till tea. God, I hope they don't last that long.
5 more minutes, 5 more runs to my GPL pit.
Oh yeah.
Right. Our fingers are crossed, messes.
I won it twice in a row.
Well done.
And I won't take the money.
Kuldeep straightens off about leg stump, and it's defended, and there's no run. That's Jimmy's dad, we believe.
Oh, really?
out here to see that him get his 700 Test wicket.
Yeah, a great lad. Great.
Dad looks young,
doesn't he?
Considering Jimmy's 40, looks quite healthy and young. Maybe that's how the genes run strong and he can keep going.
Maybe he's only 57, 58.
Yeah, could be, I suppose. Could have had him very young.
Mm.
Jimmy's Test batting average is currently 8.96. If he could only get himself a few runs, he could get up to 9.
Ooh. I suppose getting up to 10's beyond.
Well, Root is pulling out of that one. Jadeja bowls anyway, it doesn't hit the stumps. There's no run.
It was a fly, apparently.
Getting up to 10 would require him to score a century, more than a century.
Yeah,
okay, that's not going to happen.
And probably be not out as well.
But Root would be on his double ton.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah, that's true.
Root defends that back up to the bowler, and there's no run.
A little bit of turn for Jadeja.
Yep. Root faces up, Jadeja bowls, and it's just defended back to him, and there's no run.
Leah says, well, too bad that my personal life is up in the air at the moment. I was planning on doing stuff during the GC hiatus. However, you should all subscribe anyway, if only for the interview with Anindo. So do that.
Yeah. Defended back to the bowler, and there's no run. There's Jay Shah with, I presume, some bod from the ECB, whoever that is. Defended out into the offside by Root to get himself a single.
It would be good if the cameraman got the picture in focus as well.
Yeah. Talking some machinations about how to make more money, no doubt. Jimmy is going to face up. Jadeja's got 2 balls at him. I don't know, will he come over the wicket too or round the wicket?
Over, I would have thought.
Might come over. No, it's going round. He's got a leg slip and a short leg. Jimmy just turns it around the corner past that leg slip down to long leg, and there'll be a single.
Declines it.
Yep.
Confidence surging through Anderson in these 4 balls that he's faced.
Yeah, we haven't had a reverse sweep yet. That one is wide of his off stump, and he just defends down towards short third man, ends the over, backward point. And there is no run, 1 for 9, 5 for 9.
Mog says, just in case it's all over shortly, I shall extend my congratulations on another fine series of commentary. My highlight was when I read tweets. Now I'm off to the T20 World Cup jingle sweatshops.
Yeah.
Yes, we'll be back just before the World Cup on Guerrilla Cricket with the T20 games against, I think it's Pakistan.
Yeah.
Towards the end of May, 22nd of May, I think we're back.
Exactly.
If we don't pop up in the meantime in some sort of randomized way, which we'll tweet out to you if we do.
Over the wicket, Kuldeep down the track comes Rooty. Has he got enough? No. That's it. Root's got himself out on 84. It was Bumrah, the captain, was down there who caught it. He didn't quite get enough of it. Decided it was enough. Didn't want to come out after tea. With Jimmy at the other end, it was a bit pointless. It has to be said. We were so far behind. No one wins GPL.
Nope.
He just came down the track, hit it, didn't get enough of it, hit it too flat really, not enough elevation, and was caught down at long on. England have lost this test by an innings and 64 runs. So 2 absolute shellackings in this series. The 3rd and the 5th test were absolute batterings. We won the first, and the other 2 were quite close. We had opportunities to win them, but it is very hard to beat India in India. And I think actually they've only been beaten 4 times since we won that series when Alistair Cook was in charge.
2012 or 11 or whatever it was.
And 4 of those tests that they've lost in that entire time, we won 2 of them.
Right.
So, unfortunately, we won both first innings of first tests of 2 series, and then
nothing
more after that. Yeah, get your hopes up, and then
I was going to say, dream on for a little bit.
Indeed. Well, what can we say?
Well, an innings of 64 is, as you say, a shellacking, isn't it? Really.
Yeah,
So,
it is. Very much so. It was the first day, wasn't it? And,
Yeah.
I mean, this pitch was a pretty good batting pitch as far as I could see. There weren't that many demons in it, wasn't? I mean, on the first morning, in fact, England did really well to get through the opening spell of Bumrah and Siraj. The ball was hooping about, going off the pitch. They got through that and then gave it all away to Kuldeep. And from there on in, it always looked trouble. The centuries from Rohit and Gill got, India were ahead before they were 2 wickets down. And from there on in,
they just rubbed the salt in the wound.
They did indeed, and then a 50-odd run partnership for the 10th wicket as well. Whatever wicket it was.
Ninth wicket,
wasn't it? Yeah, Bumrah and Kuldeep really banged the nail in the coffin. Otherwise, they'd have been close to coming out of bat again at that point. They were only about 208 runs ahead or something, weren't they? And then...
well, they're a good team, India.
They are a very good team. They are at home. They've had especially
strong
at home.
without Kohli as well. So
yeah,
I
mean, this is it. They've lost KL Rahul for this series after the first test. Kohli's been out for the entire series. Gave England a chance, but the youngsters who've come in have done really well. And when you've got a population of 1.4 billion, and
you can probably pick them up somewhere.
You can pick them up somewhere. You've got the world's premier T20 tournament. And the fact is that cricket is like football in England. Everyone wants to be a cricketer in India. So there's a hell of a lot of competition.
To be just one of the 11 out of 1.4 billion to actually play
precisely is takes a lot of work. So
let's hope the Chinese don't take up.
Well, that's the thing about Olympic funding, isn't it? If a sport becomes Olympic, then you get Olympic funding, and the Chinese generally tend to go a bit mental and go, right, we can do this, and farms of people trying to find cricketers now, probably. Anyway, that is the end of the series. It has been a pleasure having everyone along. Thanks, Messi. I guess I won't see you for a couple of months then. I'll be watching your little messages on WhatsApp, and that'll be it.
Of which there will be plenty.
Well, of which there will be plenty.
Well, maybe the Bishop and Bear pub should have an open house one night during the IPL.
Yeah, maybe. We'll get you on the Bishop and a Bear. That's true. Yeah, there is IPL for 2 months, and I really can't stand the IPL, I have to say.
So we'll swerve that
just
one.
A few tweets to finish off. Chris the Choir says Jaywick is the arse end of Clacton, staple of Look East news items. Jay says Jeremy's incredulous, explosive. What? Just creased me up for some reason. That needs sampling. Leah sends us a picture of the arcade in Jaywick, a truly magical place which looks like nobody's stepped in it in years. Renoveva was optimistic. He said Anderson on for a ton, all by reverse sweeping. Many thanks for the great hard work as always, Team GC. It's been a pleasure. It's been ours as well. Jay says Norcross used to describe Broad as the Aryan Nazi petri dish experiment. Turns out it was Jimmy we should have been cloning all along. Yes. Anderson is a boy from Brazil. And he says, thank you all very much. Thou will be missed. Go on. We'll do some IBL, won't you? No, Father. We probably will end up doing something silly. You never know. Didn't go hard enough. Next summer, go harder, says Dave Barrett. The Light Roller says, thank you all for the commentary and irreverence. A long break for us all now. And Jay Grover says, well, back to bed sober. And I'll be up in time for Mothering Sunday. Yeah. Mint. Fuck off. There. Fuck off, Jay. Thank you so much, right? And a few thank yous over the other side as well. And Crazy Chap says Wasball is pissing the series away. Thanks all, says Leah. See you in the Discord. Yes, a reminder, if you'd like to support us, you can become part of our Discord channel where there's some fun chat, simply by being a Patreon at the huge cost of $2 a month or more, depending on what you can afford. Thank you all so much for being with us. It's the connection with you that makes this so much fun. So it's great. And if you've got some money that you can send our way, that would be very gratefully received. Patreon.com/Guerrilla Cricket is the place to go. But thank you all. And the awards for the series go jointly to the Bear and to the Bishop, who've between them really been at the heart of putting this all together with a lot of help from others.
Indeed,
a lot of help
done.
from others. It always takes a team, but yeah, getting up 3 o'clock. This is the first time I think I've done 3 mornings in a row since the first test. I feel fucking exhausted today. It's
well,
really
thank
quite
you,
tricky.
and goodbye to all.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, everyone, for listening in. We will see you. We'll be back in the future, and in a couple of months or so. It's been a pleasure having everyone along. Thanks, Messi. I'll see you shortly, I guess.
Indeed.
And until then,
Bye.
We'll see you later. Bye.
Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than red counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pasco, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan